To every contestant for participating in this race and for giving delegates an opportunity to make an informed choice. I say a special thank you to the members of Parliament who championed my bid, both in Parliament and in their various constituencies. I will never forget what you have done for me, and I will never forget you. The polls have ended, but our push for a stronger MPP has just begun. With Almighty God, we shall succeed. The journey to victory 2028 has just begun. We are in this together. We shall work together, and we will win together. We shall work together, and we will win together. As it is often said, after competition comes cooperation. And our expectation that all party members will apply themselves to this principle. It cannot be the case that one's support for the party is maintained only when those we support lead. I want to stand on this energy to make a passionate appeal to all members of the great MPP to let go of whatever reservations they have and come together. We need every idea, every voice, and every piece of advice to help us preserve and project a proud tradition bequeathed to us by our forebears.
Farmers have tended their farms through harsh weather. They have spent huge resources to control pests and diseases. They have toiled to harvest their farms and sold it to the government in good faith. Yet, months later, they are still waiting for weeks on end to be paid. Is this the resetting which was promised the good people of Ghana, or the reversing of the cocoa industry? Farmers are asking. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, it is not only the poor farmer who is suffering. The failings of government and cocoa board are also hurting the cocoa buying companies, that is the LBCs, and transporters, especially the indigenous companies and local enterprises. By delaying in repayment of cocoa taken over from the LBCs, these business and investments are at risk. They have their working capitals locked up, their progress hindered, and financing confidence undermined. Contrary to what the NDC preached pre-election time to promote indigenous business and investments, they have rather reset to kill indigenous companies, businesses, and enterprises in the cocoa industry. We call on government and cocoa board to pay our cocoa farmers immediately for all cocoa beans sold and to be sold to save the cocoa industry from slipping back to days of despondency.
Well, this week, cocoa farmers have been crying out loud for their money. For months now, said they have not been paid. Government is mulling a whole financing module, a new financing module going forward. But cocoa farmers have one thing and one thing only on their minds. Where is our money? Where and when can we be paid? And will we be paid? This question we'll put to the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Cocoa Board, Dr. Randy Abbey, who will be joining us this morning. And we'll also have the cocoa farmers also state their case this morning. And we get to understand exactly what is happening to Cocoa Board as we speak. The minority addressed a press conference this week asking questions of the current management of the Ghana Cocoa Board. There have been other proposals as to what Cocoa Board should be looking at going forward, value addition and so on. But the fundamental problem now is that some cocoa farmers say they have not received payment for beans sold since November 2025, leaving many struggling to meet basic daily expenses. So this morning, on Key Point, one of the key issues this week, as you do know, talk about the key issues of the week, and we bring the right people to speak to them. The CEO of Cocoa Board and the gallant Ghanaian cocoa farmers would also be joining us this morning. Also this morning, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has been elected again as the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party ahead of election 2028, defeating 4 other contenders. In fact, very decisive, emphatic victory. Following his declaration by the Electoral Commission officials, the party held what would be described as an inauguration ceremony at its headquarters, formally inaugurating him as the NPP presidential candidate. He's on a path to uniting the party, closing the ranks of the party ahead of election 2028. As a matter of fact, this is the first time a flag bearer has been elected this early, almost 3 years before a general election. This morning, we would have a conversation on the path to the victory that the MPP seeks in election 2028. Stay with us here on Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7. The Nation's pollster, arguably, Musa Dankwa, is joining us right after this quick break for the poll tracker. And my guest will be joining me right afterwards as well. So we're starting the conversation right now. Godwin Edujitamaklo joining us at exactly 7:20, together with Martin Pebo, Kofi Bentil, and also Andy Apiakobi. And I would also have Professor Bafo Ajimendia all joining us this morning here on the Key Point. So we have a big conversation. Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante as well will be with us this morning. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly after this quick break. My name is Alfred Okansi. Welcome. This is Key Point. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. We're on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the city of London, Voice of London television as well. We'll be back shortly after this quick break. Stay with us.
Why settle for a bouquet when you can have a vacation?
Join us at the Chill River Resort in Cape Town,
Where the world stops and the focus is entirely on the two of you, just you and your lover.
from the 13th of February to the 15th.
We're leaving the chaos of a crowd behind for a weekend of intimacy and play.
Think boat cruise.
The heat of a bonfire and the kind of serenity that lets you explore every moment together.
Limited rooms are available for just 2,200 Ghana cedis only to enjoy 2 nights of luxury and pleasure.
Inclusive of special decor, candlelight dinner, and wine on arrival for you.
The room is ready. Are you?
Visit mgtix.africa.
Or call 054-788-6258 to book now.
Your most intimate Valentine yet is waiting. Why settle for a bouquet when you can have a vacation?
Join us at the Chill River Resort in Cater.
Where the world stops, the focus is entirely on the two of you, just you and your lover.
From the 13th of February to the 15th,
We're leaving the chaos of a crowd behind for a weekend of intimacy and play.
think boat cruise.
The heat of a bonfire and the kind of serenity that lets you explore every moment together.
Limited rooms are available for just 2,200 Ghana cedis only to enjoy 2 nights of luxury and pleasure.
Inclusive of special decor, candlelight dinner, and wine on arrival for you.
The room is ready. Ours you
Visit mgtix.africa.
or call 054 788 6258 to book now.
Your most intimate Valentine yet is waiting. Why settle for a bouquet?
Love and fame are knocking. Perfect match with season 4, Ghana's most exciting love reality show. Singles searching for love, couples ready to prove your connection. Get ready to step into the house where hearts collide and the ultimate prize awaits you. If you are between the ages of 18 and 35, beautiful, handsome, confident, fun, and ready for the ultimate love adventure, this is your moment. Send your picture, name, age, profession to WhatsApp number 056 1913 333 to register. Register as a single looking for love and cash, or you can register as a couple ready to test your love and win big. Over 100,000 Ghana cedis worth of prizes to be won. Deadline for entries 11 February 2026. Take note, screening date for ladies 13 February 2026. For the guys 14 February, and for all our couples 15 February. Time 10 a.m. each day at TV3 premises Kanda. Screening fee is 200 Ghana cedis for singles and 400 Ghana cedis for couples. Perfect Match Extra. Find love, test love, win big.
I stand before you to pledge my support, also to accept the results declared by EC. The delegates have spoken, and I want to plead with my supporters that they should stay calm and respect the results and help all of us to work together to win 2029 or 2028 election. I want to advise my supporters. First, I want to thank you, but advise that in election, you can win and you can lose. So if you lose, you have to accept it in good faith. So let's all of us throw our support to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the flag bearer. And all I say is, MPP, we need unity in the party. But unity comes with respect. We have to respect each other's views. That is all I want to say tonight. So congratulations to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and MPP. Thank you.
Welcome back from that break. This is Keep On TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com, also on the Voice of London Radio in the heart of the city of London, and Voice of London Television as well. That was Kennedy Ohie Japan. This was thought to be a two-horse race, but look, the outcome is quite clear. It was a decisive victory for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. In fact, one that, even though many had predicted a win, this margin, the only person who was clear in his mind that regardless of whatever happens on the day, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was going to walk away with 57%. Last week he was here. I asked him if he's willing to put his almost 7 years consistency and credibility in this polling industry in Ghana on the line. He told me an emphatic yes. And guess what? It's near precision and perfection. 56.5, if you round it up, still 57%. It's called the Nation's Poster. Now, Musa Danquah is with us in the studio this morning. But before we get into all of that, let me also acknowledge the presence of Kofi Bentil. He is the Vice President of Imani Africa and also a private legal practitioner. He's made it quite clear he has love for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, but he's not a member of the MPP. I think that's
correct.
A good one.
I confirm that. I confirm that.
No, it's confirmed. It's good to have you, Mr. Bentil.
Thank you, man. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. Also joining us is the Honorable Andy Appiah Kubi. He is the former Member of Parliament for the Asante Achim North constituency, also a private legal practitioner. He has love for Dr. Bryony Champong. Honorable Andy Appiah Kubi, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
But the elections are over.
The elections are over.
We have a candidate to market.
Yes.
We have a single candidate.
So now your love is for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
All of us are behind Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Perfect. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'm going to be finding out from you what really gave you that conviction that Dr. Bryony Champong was going to be the surprise candidate, which he turned out to be. Because about a month ago, you were on this show, and when we were doing the analysis, you were clear that Dr. Bryony Champong was going to pull up a surprise. And that's exactly what happened. Martin Kpebu is a private legal practitioner and is the convener of the Kumipeku Reloaded demonstration. He's going to be joining us. In fact, he's just being put together in a bit. He'll take his seat and we'll start the conversation right now. But this is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's victory speech exactly a week ago. Take a look.
I say thank you to every contestant for participating in this race and for giving delegates an opportunity to make an informed choice. I say a special thank you to the members of Parliament who championed my bid, both in Parliament and in their various constituencies. I will never forget what you have done for me, and I will never forget you. The polls have ended, but our push for a stronger MPP has just begun. With Almighty God, we shall succeed. The journey to victory 2028 has just begun. We are in this together. We shall work together, and we will win together. We shall work together, and we will win together. As it is often said, after competition comes cooperation. And our expectation that all party members will apply themselves to this principle. It cannot be the case that one's support for the party is maintained only when those we support lead. I want to stand on this energy to make a passionate appeal to all members of the great MPP to let go of whatever reservations they have and come together. We need every idea, every voice, and every piece of advice to help us preserve and project a proud tradition bequeathed to us.
Well, so that's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia there. 561 rejected ballots. But then again, look at the numbers when it comes to the total valid votes cast. 196,462. That's huge. We're talking about some 93% voter turnout. So the interest of the MPP delegates in this was quite clear in choosing their leader going into election 2028. And this is it. Kennedy Ohieh Japan, the only region that we saw Kennedy Ohieh Japan dominate is in the central region, and that's where this whole controversy about the Efutu constituency. I'll be finding out from Musa Danquah if he saw, if he foresaw what happened in the Efutu constituency. But this is it. Then Dr. Bryony Champong, surprise, a voter region, he made a big showing in there, won the voter region, And this is one that many did not see coming. And in fact, it's not just the Volta region that Dr. Brian Acheampong made inroads in. If you look at his showing over the period, look at this. In the Volta region, yes, he won, but in the Eastern region, his home region, a Betifi member of parliament, he made a strong impact there as well, even though he didn't win. The Greater Accra region as well, the Ashanti and the Central region, even though he didn't win all of these areas, but he made a strong statement in these regions as well. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 14 out of the 16 regions he won. Northeast, Western, Eastern Ahafo, Savannah, Upper East, Oti, Northern, Bono East, Upper West, Northeast, that's the Northeast, Greater Accra, Ashanti, Western, North. Then, if you look at how things played out for the other two, well, I mean, it's a very, very unfortunate outcome for these two. But look at this. The comparison or the analysis between what happened in 2026 and what happened in 2023 is one that also will be a subject of conversation this morning. In 2023, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia polled a total of 118,210. Compared to what happened last week, Saturday, he polled 110,643. It's a reduction of just some 7,000 and over. Now, is there a message in there, or is it a negligible, bracket of reduction that we can look at? We'll also get a feel into that one as well. For Kennedy Onyejappong, look at this. This is a huge drop. 2023, 71,991, and guess what? Last week, after all the campaign and everything was said and done, 46,554. We're talking about almost a difference of about 30,000. That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot. Now, this is one that would take out time and also understand how things played out as well. But let's look at, especially for this one, what happened in 2023 as against what happened in the elections as we have seen throughout the period. And this is what we gleaned from the Kennedy versus Bryan, for instance, and Dr. Brian Acheampong was emphatic in his impact. We could clearly describe him as the third force that nobody ever saw coming. I'll start off with you, Mr. Bento. Dr. Brian Acheampong showing.
I mean, the emphatic runaway winner for this election was Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. But definitely the most significant emerging candidate right now in MPP to watch is Dr. Brian Acheampong. Nobody expected him to
The most significant and emerging
candidate to watch is Dr. Brian Acheampong, because his showing has been quite surprising. His youth is significant. His role or his stature in the party is also very significant. So, I mean, in some aspects, you could have compared him to somebody like Ken, but he clearly showed a better outcome than people expected. That makes him an emerging force. So, if you ask me right now, he has the biggest momentum in MPP. And if he manages himself well, there is no question where he's going to end up. So if you ask me, I mean, if you put Dr. Bawumia's win aside, Brian Acheampong was the one who actually won this election.
He has the biggest momentum in the MPP right now.
The biggest momentum right now.
It's for him to lose it in the next election.
It is for him to lose it, yeah. So if he manages himself well, he will go all the way.
I see. But you were in Dr. Brian Acheampong's camp. That is, yes, I say you were.
He's now come back to...
Indeed. The other one, the Apiakobi. So a month ago, what did you see that we all didn't see? That you made that emphatic statement that, look, Dr. Brian Acheampong was going to be the surprise candidate in this. It actually came to pass on the day.
I saw him as bringing on board what NPP has lacked over the years. Carrying the youthful segment of our voting population. And I saw him as the person to mobilize that and drop it into the NPP kitty. And I knew that looking at the dynamics, the demographic dynamics of the voters, the delegates, I knew that he was going to bring those ones to himself and therefore impact on the finals of the elections. Again, his persona, You see, my good friend has made some attributes, but his persona, he was quite distinct from the past opposition persona in elections. He was focused, he was decent, and he was not that overly competitive. He gave out what he thought was his attributes to the people. People saw him as a new candidate on the block. People saw him as a replacement of the old order. So Dr. Brian Champong had a target. And in Volta region, where we have never performed well as a party, Dr. Brian Champong had a strategy.
True.
So, I mean, forgetting about everything, we cannot forget his strategy also. He was dealing with the delegates one-on-one. And he reached every part of the country. And wherever he went, there was always the message from the rank and file that we will look at you in the future. So it was a very good showing, a very good announcement, and a very good presentation. And this persona also added to the expectations into the future. But as we have done, and as we have seen, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has been the overwhelming, there is overwhelming endorsement of Dr. Bawumia's candidature. And for now, I think that all of us must join the campaign of Dr. Bawumia and do the things differently from what we have done in the past. We shouldn't leave any segment of the voting population behind. And me particularly, having been a youth organizer before, I think we have to look up also to invite the youth into our campaign. Those days, we used to go to university campuses. We used to, when we were there, we will host politicians as they come there, and we'll flock into the conference rooms in our numbers. But I don't see these things happening.
Right.
These are some of the things that I would want to lead a team, bring onto the board.
But Zumanto, it appears that Brian Champong saw the light quite early when it comes to the combative kind of campaigning, because when he started, the jabs were quite consistent on Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Said he lost even in the areas or constituencies where there are a lot of Muslims in there.
But those were no jobs. He was only dealing with statistics.
Okay, right. That's true. That's true. But at some point, indeed, but then you saw that he was he just decided to take a different course. Yes.
Campaigning is a tussle. It's a fight. You have to find something against the other person to say. And then you have to reflect that over on yourself.
True.
I think my senior and the Apiakubi is shortchanging the MPP if he says that Dr. Brian Champong did well because he was decent and all these things. Frankly speaking, apart from maybe one exception, they were all very decent. That's very important to me because...
I was invited to talk about my candidate.
I know, but you see, that's what I'm saying. You give the wrong impression. Because, see, it is important for those of us who watch, and I also signal that to the youth and all these other persons who you find fighting over everybody, that look at the campaign that was run. Look at how Kwabena Nyapong handled himself. Look at how Dr. Duchum handled himself. Look at how Dr. Brian Champong handled himself. Okay, apart from a few situations concerning Kennedy where clear lies were told and all those things, that was a decent campaign. And it was a hard campaign. So if you say Dr. Brian Champong, threw a few jabs, if you don't, how are you going to survive in this thing? So,
true.
And the target is, Dr. Bawumia. So I think I can forgive him for that. I want to commend them for running a very serious campaign. I mean, nobody, even at the last moment when Musa Dankwa, if Musa Dankwa got it wrong, somebody would have cut my head off.
Absolutely.
Because I said, look, I am also a researcher. I believe what he's saying. Forget about the prophets. Okay, so I'm happy he does his work. I've consistently said that.
Absolutely.
I'm happy we have people in this country who do the work, do it well, and can say well. But clearly, it was a very hard-fought campaign. So look, kudos to Dr. Brian Champong, but also to the MPP and those who have all kinds of things to say about this particular strategy of running this primary at this time. Look, they will be shamed. I think it's very good strategy that they did what they did at this time. And all the naysayers who are talking about this was cooked for Dr. Bawumia, whatever it is, you saw how the battle went down. It was never assured, but for people like
Musa
Dankwa, there were people who were swearing on their whole lives that this is going to go a different way. So kudos to MPP, and I believe they will just get better from now.
We're going to get into it now, right now. I think getting better from
And
now,
we have
and how
saved time for the
how the
Yes.
path will be.
Very well.
Martin Pebu, as I indicated earlier, was just being made up. He's joined us now. In his this is. You didn't wear the fugu.
Martin is always very unpredictable.
I do the
It's better to cut the feel with the.
Yes,
the
I like
I'm
to see
supporting my
this.
president.
Yes, it's been fugu throughout the
And
week
also
now.
fugu very colorful. Next week,
Supporting my president.
next week I'll come in the kente. So I told you I forehead.
Kente cloth.
Yes, kente fugu.
We will enjoy
Yeah.
it. No,
I
I
can
thought you
take
said
fugu.
kente cloth.
Yes, it's a kente club I made into fugu. I have like five or so of them. Yeah.
Why don't you bring the cloth also?
Okay, we can look at
We'll
that.
put it all together.
Uh-huh.
Indeed, thank you for
Yes.
joining us. Good morning.
Okay. Yeah, good morning, morning. Yeah, it's good to be here once again. Yeah, good be. Yeah. This morning before the normal rituals, I'm like, so the Ghanaian man and to a smaller extent the Ghanaian woman, when are we going to stop peeing outside? Yeah.
Do you have public pee places?
So we should start a conversation.
Yeah, but
That conversation was hard. I was part of it at a point.
Yes.
Some people were going to take some money to supposedly set up washrooms across for tourism.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's like a bylaw about filling stations. Have to have it. It's part of what they have to do. MPA has to enforce it. If they simply enforce it, filling stations at the place. Elsewhere, when we travel, who dare you go and stand somewhere?
Exactly.
You go into the service station and these things,
Yeah.
they are there. So they should just it's this country, we don't have problems. Just get filling stations to have clean washrooms. That's all. That will improve tourism. That one, somebody wanted to do procurement on it.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's
That's very
heartbreaking.
interesting.
It's heartbreaking. Yesterday, a young lady came in front of my house. I mean, not directly for the next house. She was peeing. I was like, Jesus. Then this morning, as I was coming here, the same thing. Right in the middle of people, a young man just stood. And he was just, I rolled. I know yesterday, so because, she's a lady, I think my instincts were not the same, be kind towards women, so I couldn't say anything. So you can imagine that they had transferred aggression. So when I saw the young man this morning, no, he didn't have it easy. I dealt with him, told him that would be the last time that he should do such a thing. So let's look at it. Because it's been on my mind for a few weeks now. Okay, let's do something about it.
This is a campaign that you can run for all of us to support.
Yeah.
And we, for once, let's move away from over-politicizing issues. And let's bring home issues that will court everybody's support. And this is one
The
of
solution
them.
is there. Filling stations should simply have
and
good washrooms.
And even beyond the filling stations, because the stretch from
Public spaces.
here to there, we should create places where people can ease themselves.
Yeah.
Because these things are involuntary. When
Good.
it comes, it comes.
Yeah.
Well, the
and in
MPA
the
boss will be
meantime,
joining us, so I think it's a good
those
point.
with cars, look, we were taught long ago. So you have to have empty bottles in your car. So when you do it in the car, put in a bottle. I have more than 10 bottles over a decade now. If you go out and I open my car in the boot, I have more than 10 bottles for over a decade. We were taught this in early 20s.
Most people don't
you
have
travel out and you are taught the first thing that, hey,
passenger
always
car.
have a bottle around your backpack or in your car.
And,
Yeah, so
and don't think every passenger in the car is a male.
that's right. So the
Thank you very
females will
much.
deal with that. So and then
Thank
the
you.
second part. So to be after the for Kufu Yasantua, Domahini, Osia Deo Ajimembedu the second, and Kentucky Tech through the second. Thank you for speaking up when a lot of Ghanaians found it very convenient to keep quiet. They didn't want to talk about the bad governance. You did, and we'll forever allow you for that. And our Ghanaian men above 40, please do the needful. You have to do the prostate check. Let's not lose you unnecessarily. Thank you. And now 52.5 billion. So now Kofi Afulu has taken the another petition, this one to Yoko, because he's not seeing the work OSP is doing on the 52.5 billion that vanished from GCB account in 2020, which was an election year. So our minds are that, was that money used for elections in 2020? It's a legitimate question to ask, because until the Auditor General brings out the report, it's a legitimate inference to make that could that money have been used for the 2020 elections? Okay, so we hope maybe Mr. Raymond Archer can do a better job of it. Okay,
Right.
Thank you.
I thank you very much. And we've had those initial thoughts on the outcome of the NPP presidential primaries last week. You were convinced by Dr.
Evans Dua. Yes.
Last week when I brought him. And
Yes.
Mr. Bento said something that eventually sort of played out because he's just sent me, Dr. Dua was to join us this morning. He sent a statement because Musa, you said any pollster, researcher who gets it wrong must come and explain, right? That's what you posted, right?
Polling is a science.
It's absolutely. So come and explain why we got it wrong.
Yes.
But, well, your conviction didn't come to pass.
I was hoping, yes, DSO looked more rational, though we also accept that voting is not really rational because it's a lot of visceral politics. So when we say visceral politics, it's a lot of emotions, okay? It's a lot of gut feeling, etc., right? And so, well, it's not too surprising. It's just that it's sad that the NPP have chosen to go down that
It is necessary
route
to make this
because
point behind what you are saying about voting, being visceral, whatever. You see, to the extent that pollsters like Musa Dankwa, if they do the science right, can predict over time, and close to the time can give you a 90+% level of assurance, tells you that that science, and the whole point about science is the empirical method. It can be replicated. If you use the same method, you arrive at the same point. Let me say this, which is very well known. People would accept things that work with their emotion. Things that sit well with you, you are more likely to accept them.
True.
So when Evans came here and was saying the things that Martin says, all this time he's been Musa Dankwa telling us something. And it didn't sit well with him because we know where his emotions lie. So when Evans came and whatever he was saying went in that direction, he just jumped on it.
Yes.
That is what is called prejudice.
No,
I'm not.
it's also science.
No.
Negative bias. Because Bawumia obviously carries a huge baggage. Extremely huge.
Don't go there.
That's a problem. So that's a problem.
The
that
point I'm making is the
you
point
go and vote for somebody who is obviously going to lose. Musa Dankwa, haven't you said that any candidate...
We are talking about polling.
Yes, so
and
that's what I'm saying.
And there's a tendency of people to shift in a certain direction that their emotion moves them in more than their mind. That's why prophets have the sway they have. That's why people like Martin, who don't like Bawumia, don't want to hear Musa Dankwa. Look, Musa Dankwa is not a Bawumia supporter.
Oh, no, but who said so?
I haven't
So
said
then let
what
me
I'm saying
land.
is that
Let me
when
land.
the facts are put down, let us all put our emotions aside and follow the facts as much as possible.
So the point I'm making, you see, so it's a clash of two sciences.
Okay.
The psychologists will tell you that negative bias is huge, right, in elections.
Sure.
We remember the negatives.
Okay.
So the moment you put Bawumia on the this ballot box, that is the return of Akufo-Addo. Right, and so that is going to hit him bad.
But
He's not going to make it. So that is it. So that's a negative. That's science. It's science. It's science. It's psychology. I'm talking about. I'm also talking science. It's psychology. Googling what is negative bias. No, that's psychology.
Objective.
I'll
Subjective. Say so.
I'll come to you.
It's election psychology. It's election psychology. Voter psychology. So voter psychology, they'll tell you that negative bias, what is it? That people will tend to prefer and remember the negatives. So the moment you see Bawumia, from banking crisis to the CD to inflation to DDEP, over 850,000 persons falling below unemployment, poverty line. He signed a contract. They were going to steal $800 million. They are married. He signed it. It was Bawumia who signed. It wasn't even Akufo-Addo. Who asked Bawumia to sign when Akufo-Addo
better than this.
You see, on that part, of interrogate that because
it's science. It's also science. So he's doing polling. I'm also talking psychology. Invite all the psychologists to come and tell you voter psychology. The moment you see Bawumia, so when they say baggage, you see, until we started saying, until we started calling psychology, anytime we say no, Bawumia would lose because of what he did with Akufo-Addo. It's psychology we say, except that we just didn't mention the word psychology. Then people say, oh, you haven't said anything. So now we want to mention all the terms. Negative bias, it will eat Bawumia.
Okay. So we'll see how the negative bias will play out because we've
And
just
you
gone
let us comment on that.
No, I'll come to you. Yes, I'll come to you. As to how that baggage, so as has been put, would be handled by the MPP going forward, or how that will impact on Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's candidature, because Martin Kpebu is not the only one who's made this point about the baggage that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia absolutely carries into this. And so this is one that obviously is not lost out on the New Patriotic Party as a political party. But the nation's poster is here. I think you've seen him already on the screen. Musa Dankwa, it's good to have you. Congratulations is in order.
It's normal for me.
It's not for you.
I said it's normal.
Normal. It's
Yes,
normal.
Yes.
Almost perfect prediction. You said 57%.
Yeah.
It turned out to be what? 56.5. You round it up to 57%.
Yeah.
How did you do it? I mean,
It is science.
It's science.
It is science, nothing else. I don't have juju. I don't use juju. I don't use any tricks.
No,
it's the science.
something
You were within the margin of error.
whether there's something else
No.
that you use inside there.
It is the consistency at which you apply the methodology and rigor and taking your heart out of the data.
Thank you.
I see.
You need to preach that to Matt.
You were ready to put your almost 7-year credibility and consistency on the line
I
for this.
I didn't even have to do that because people will judge you by what the outcome is. And if you claim you're doing it in a very scientific way, drawing from the same sample that others drew from,
Yeah,
you shouldn't get different outcomes.
That's all.
Science doesn't work like that.
really.
If I draw your blood to Lancet lab to do malaria test and take the same sample
To another
lab,
Okay.
you test if you have malaria, both here and there, malaria is there.
Science is objective.
That is if you are testing for malaria.
Malaria.
Unless you're looking for something else. Okay, that's important. But okay, so but this is what Dr. Evans Dia put out. So I just want to this is Dr. Evans Dia. He sent me this, because last week the two of you were at opposite ends, and you were making your case strongly, convincingly at some point. It says every political process offers lessons. Data shows who is ahead. Strategy decides who stays ahead. The delegates have spoken. I commend the NPP, Development in Freedom, Leadership, appreciate my research team, and extend my congratulations to Dr. Ramon Murawamia. The focus is unity and collective task ahead. So this is the next one that he put out. The final note. Data captures stated preferences. Elections reveal actual behavior. The space between the two is where strategy, persuasion, and late-stage alignment operate, particularly in delegate-based systems, where final decisions often crystallize beyond observable research windows. This has been a very fruitful exercise for my research team. It goes on and on. It says that some delegates expressed one position during interviews, yet voted differently on D-Day. Is itself a meaningful finding and may merit deeper inquiry into what we have come to describe as a phenomenon of fear delegates. Fear delegates. Ultimately, research shows direction. Politics determines destination. The outcome reflects those final dynamics, and the overriding priority remains unity and collective. So the point you make is, because he is boiling his failed research outcome to the phenomenon of the fear delegates, because it's the same samples that you went to them, they were truthful to you as to where they were going, but he said they lied to him. What happened?
You see, beside methodology, the tools you deploy to engage the respondents, the mode of engagement, and those who are on the other side engaging delegates, and lack of credibility on the part of the poster also affects the responses you get. They know us. And when we call them, we say, we are Global Info Analytics.
Right.
Before we start.
So you clearly indicate your identity, objective.
Absolutely. So that they don't misconstrue us to be from Baume's camp or Ken's camp or Brian's camp. And you see, I've seen some do delegate interviews face to face. That is a recipe for disaster.
Why is that?
Oh, face-to-face delegate interview.
Right. So you do phone calls.
We do phone calls.
Okay. And Dr. Dia was quite clear and sincere in his bias last week that he belongs to the NPP. He's a member of the NPP and also doing this for Kennedy Japan. So you say that may have probably...
I mean, for him to disclose that, I think should have been the warning sign to many who were reading his report. Clearly, this is an internal work that he's done.
It was a warning sign to himself.
Okay,
hold on.
Please.
So it is very, very difficult to take an internal polling data and throw the other to the public to see. Because naturally, those numbers don't get thrown out there because it shows strategy. It shows direction.
True.
Why would you put that to the public to see what you are doing for your opponent to launch on it? So clearly, when they do that, you know that's not the true story they are telling.
Okay. Mr. Bento, last week you had indicated it's not only the researchers or the other pollsters that failed, but the prophecies as well. You said something last week about God not being interested in what happens in election outcomes.
In a fair contest, take a football match. There are Christians on both sides. In a political contest like this, there are Christians. Everybody's praying. Yes. Why should God take a side? Okay, God has made the universe and set things in motion. Okay, and if you do the right thing, you know, or you reap what you sow.
True.
This whole idea, and I say this because it's important, and some of these false prophets, and I emphasize false, suggest that they can do some things and make a certain outcome happen.
True.
It's a lie from the pit of hell. And people should discard them, and when you hear those people, just rubbish them, because they are noise in our ears. Okay? So, I mean, I've said consistently, if we didn't have posters, look, if Dr. Evans Dia was the only person doing this, and he ended up failing this abysmally, and he wrote all this plenty English, we will say, yes, maybe something has happened. Thank God Musa Dankwa exists. All right? And like I said, we did some polls in the past, and we happen to have found the truth. Some of it will not be palatable to you, but if you are, you have fidelity to the science, you put your emotions aside, and then you let the science speak. Going forward, that is what we have to do. If somebody can do it and do it right, then anybody who didn't do it right should not blame anything else. You simply didn't get it right. And as for this thing about the prophets and all those things, look, we are kind of, I won't even say religious society. Okay, we are superstitious. We tend to believe that there are some other forces beyond what our efforts can give us, and we want to resort to them. We all go to church, but we tend to overdo it, and that's what gives some of these people some of these, spaces to infiltrate and really basically disturb us. All right. I mean, if you see the number of prophecies, and now people are talking about death and all kinds of things. I have seen some; they are totally despicable, and I'm staying on this thing because look, IGP Dampare stamped this thing down. My brother, if somebody comes to tell you that I'm a prophet and I've prophesied 3 times and it comes to pass, and I think you are going to die tomorrow, whoever you are, even if you don't believe in God, it will have an effect on you. It will change something about you. It's a disturbance. And any nation that allows too many of these noisemakers to keep going around and disturbing us is not going to prosper. And look at the level to which it's got into. And I'm telling you, it was serious. It was serious. True. Okay? True. Some of the people who prophesied were taken very seriously. So I think it's time, without knocking the religious group and without whatever it is, let's have a certain handle on what we are calling these prophecies, etc. And when it comes to some of this, let us know that God is not partial. God rewards effort. Okay, and even though God has a hand in the affairs of men, one man of God said that God does not choose leaders in Africa.
God does not choose leaders.
He does not choose leaders in Africa.
Oh,
if God were the chooser of leaders in Africa, then he would have done a very poor job. Because African leaders have been in the past 100 years terrible, abysmal. They have been terrible leaders. If God were choosing Idi Amin and all the dictators that we have seen, then he's such a terrible person to be choosing these leaders for us. So we need to clear our minds of these things. All right? If we organize ourselves well, okay, we will see the effects that we need to see. Listen, people who talk about God, Germany, all right, Germany, they took Jews, the people of God, killed at least 6 million of them. All right? Turned around, said sorry, proceeded to work hard, do the right things. Today, look at where they are. They are leading Europe. Okay? I can give you many examples of situations which, if we were going to deal with God coming down to do things, you won't see it. Germany, the one who, when we talk about ancestral curses and all the things and God doing this, the people who killed 6 million Jews. Okay, they are a developed nation thriving. They are one of the best countries in the whole world.
Yeah.
All right. So look, we need to tamp down on the noise making coming from the religious sector and listen more to people like Musa Dankwa.
But fidelity to the science, less of emotions.
Yes. And there is a science. Do it right. Less emotions.
I see. Now, on that same path, just quickly on this.
Oh yeah,
Quickly.
Kofi has a great point to make about this religious thing. You know, every corner you turn, somebody is a pastor. You're like, but why are we not rather making more farms? Every corner you turn, somebody is a pastor. A person wants to pray for you. I'm like, but pray for yourself first. Better your lot before you seek to pray for others. Unemployed, it looks like it's an escape route out of unemployment for a lot of them.
Really?
And a lot of them are
pastoral ministry.
Yes,
an escape route to unemployment.
Yes, the mushroom churches. Oh, it provides.
But you were not there when God called them.
Oh. But your body is the temple of God.
Yeah.
You are the temple of God. Musa Dakwa is temple. I'm temple of God. Your body is the temple of God. How many more do we need, right? We've had the Orthodox churches. They helped in molding us all this while. They have the numbers. But, you know, I could say there is that thing. You see, I think unemployment is a huge push factor for this pastors. So it pushes a lot of people into their arms because people are desperate. People are, you know, they need a message of hope, a message, you know, to keep them alive. So once you start preaching that you will find a job tomorrow, you will have a baby next year by this time, etc., then it draws people, right? So I think it's the social situation.
Right.
It's the social situation. So you look at it, you look at even theories of social change. This is one of the factors that's pushing the churches up. So I believe that the government should take a firm stand on it. In Rwanda, for instance, they say you can't be a pastor without a proper degree in theology. Yeah, and they've clamped down a lot on them because, to be honest, a lot of them you just see that this is just preying on human beings. It's not proper pastoral work, etc. No. It's just so many of them, they are in the Orthodox churches and then they break away to go and create churches. Then after 30 years, then they themselves, they are collapsing. That's why when we were young, they used to tell us, you hear parents saying, I'm not attending a church I'm older than. You hear parents say, I'm not attending a church. You see, and as you grow, then you see that there's wisdom in it.
True.
Some started, they were bastardizing the Catholic Church. Today, they are in cassocks like bishops. Then you're like, but 30 years ago, you said the Catholic cassock and this were not biblical. Today, they are wearing more cassocks than even the Catholics. They are more bishops than even the Pope, etc. Right? So this religious thing, Charlie, it's a real constraining factor in the way we develop. Look, you even wake up at dawn when we should be discussing proper ideas to develop. People are praying and praying and praying and praying and not doing commensurate work.
You're not taking out the real importance of prayer as well. I don't think that's
No. I'm a prayerful person, but what I'm saying that there's a disconnect. It's disproportionate. Look, Sunday, immediately after this, from 9 a.m. to 12, you tune in a lot of the radios. It's all prayers. After 12, it's all. I'm like, but this, you don't use much of the energy to come and force to make the governance system better. Somebody said something profound. That look, if we had just simply stopped stealing in Ghana, there will be a lot to go around. The resources will go around a lot. Simple. We have a problem. We are basically people in charge are stealing. That is the problem. You don't want to come onto the street to help fix that problem. You are praying. How is God going to come down? Then God will come down when you fill the streets to complain that, look, you are stealing no matter what. We can't say that we must catch you red-handed before, but we can see that like 52.5 billion vanished from GCB account. Since December 2020, the Auditor General said, Ekwia Esiedu said he will come out with a report. This is a Sophia. He has not done it, and he's drawing a salary. And then instead of you to come out and demonstrate against Johnson Ekwia Esiedu, you are busy praying. What kind of logic is that? How is God going to come down and do anything about that?
He works in
the problem is that we are stealing. We are just stealing.
Okay.
So if you want to fix unemployment, etc., let's talk about fixing the stealing that we are stealing both in the private sector and the public sector.
Thank you very much for this sermon for the morning.
Let me digress a bit. Okay, you want to introduce?
No. Yes.
Okay, let me digress a bit and talk about indiscipline generally. And I want to start with Martin. When you are signaled to stop and you don't stop, that constitutes indiscipline also. So the general philosophy is that if we fix indiscipline in the country, we will get a better result. But when you refuse to respond to simple instructions, that is also a discipline. So let's also not exonerate ourselves from the things we expect others to do. And again, on the set, the kind of language that comes here, some of them are very unpalatable. And you see, when you talk to the public that Bawumia is the same as Akufo-Addo, that definitely is pedestrian.
Why is that?
Yes.
Let them decide.
No. But I mean, how would I be the same as you?
It's patently absurd.
Yes.
I thought you were going to. We'll get into
that. Should not be a statement that should come from somebody like you.
Wait.
I mean, it shouldn't be.
I'm talking science. That's science. I've said negative bias.
So
psychology is older than you guys, even your grandparents. You know when they started studying, you want negative.
And I'm responding to statements he made that I feel shouldn't have come from somebody like you.
They'll continue.
You see,
forever.
And then you cannot tell somebody who is also being indisciplined in another area to stop being indisciplined.
Mine is science. I'm saying it's science. So what is this?
When you want to criticize somebody, start from yourself. What is it that I'm not doing right? I stop, and that is discipline. So that I expect you, Andy, also to stop what you're doing that is wrong. But when you continue to persist in your wrongdoing and expect me to change, how would we get an aggregate of the right product?
So saying Bawumia is Akufo-Addo is the wrong doing.
Yes, it's wrong.
Then you are not yet ready.
It's wrong. You are not
gentlemen, hold on.
Going forward, we all believe God is a just God. And God will not promote indiscipline and also partiality. So anybody who comes to you to say that I have prayed against you, I dissociate myself from it.
Okay.
You pray for yourself because you are connecting to your Creator. You cannot be the agent between me and my Creator. So whatever you do would be to do for yourself. I am not in perpetual conflict with God. So I will communicate to God when and if and at the time that I need to. I don't need anybody to facilitate that one. Right. So anybody who comes to you to say that I have a better association with God and therefore I will be your agent, just tell him off. Say, my friend, go and be the agent for yourself. And in the country, and I like it so much now, we have a ministry that has responsibility to manage our religious affairs. And I want to invite the minister to be prompt on some of these conversations around and see how we can sanitize the religious environment because it's getting too dirty.
Thank you very much.
Let's just continue.
Professor Bafo Agyeman-Duah is a governance expert, former advisor on governance to the United Nations, celebrated globally. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's good to have you. I know I had to wake you up this early morning to get you out of bed to join us, but I really, truly appreciate your presence. Just a quick one on the prophecies and the elections.
Politics.
Quickly. Politics.
I think this is one area of our governance that we haven't really focused on. And I think also that maybe when constitutional makers were deliberating the Constitution, they did not take into account, perhaps they did not expect that one day religion will become such a dominant force in our politics. In other countries, like in the US, they debated at length and decided that there should be a separation. And certain European countries, that there should be a separation between the state and religion because of the history of that relationship from ancient times. As we know, Rome and other places where there was no division between the king, after all, if you are ruled by the king, is through divine power, and therefore you don't own accountability to anybody. And that history, I think, did not inform us on how we should structure the relationship between the state and religion.
True.
And so today we have a situation where we have our very prominent state leaders going to kowtow to people who have self-ordained to be bishops or archbishops or whatever. In fact, if they have their way, I'm sure one of them would have been a pope. So that is having a certain influence on the politics that we play, to the extent that, in fact, some so-called bishops or evangelists are able to proclaim who will be the president in an upcoming election. And these religious leaders are not accountable to anybody. Let's mark this one. In democracy, accountability is key. Now, when these people come out to make their pronouncements, are they accountable to anybody? They are not. And therefore, for me, it's one of the worrying issues that we try to run away from.
Sure.
And I will not, normally, I wouldn't like to see my president of a sovereign state, going to kneel before somebody whose background does not even recommend him to be anything in society. I'm serious about that. Look, the way the so-called prophets are playing with our politicians and our politics and our nation could be dangerous, okay? Because if the allegiance of our elected leaders are going to be with our leaders, not to God that they proclaim to be serving, then I have a serious problem with that. So the whole notion, Jeffrey, this British scholar who comes to Ghana occasionally to give lectures, has written a lot about religion and Ghanaian politics, the extent to which religion seems to be influencing the political direction of our country through the politicians. I think we have to take a serious view of that. And that is not to say we don't believe in religion. In fact, everybody is religious in their own right.
True.
Yes, they are religious. So for someone to take that kind of
Professor Jeffrey Haynes, right?
Yeah, Jeffrey Haynes. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Jeffrey. He's written a lot and he's publishing a lot on Ghana in particular, the extent to which religion has been influencing our politics.
Okay.
I do not know the allegiance the politicians in turn have for these people, but I think somewhere on the line is going to, hit us hard in terms of how one day a president can be making some policies based on faith that has been given him by a certain prophet.
Right. Well, thank you very much for your thoughts on this. This was just a brief but very important point we had to also make on not taking out the impact and importance of prayer for leaders and so on. But let's move on. This Efutu constituency was a sticky point after Saturday. Did you see this happening? I mean, before the election on Saturday? Mr.
Look, you could guess, because generally Ken was supposed to win Central Region and he won.
True.
So on the average, we would expect him to win average constituency in Central Region.
Yeah. So
to zoom down to Efutu alone and make Efutu as some extraordinary case, I think it's far too fetched. After all, look, Ken is a very strong person in Efutu.
Absolutely. So it had nothing to do with the minority leader Alexander Aponyo marking his relationship and closeness with him. That was the narrative.
Look, this is an election, and everybody in an election has a side. Sometimes they don't disclose it.
True.
Right? And the delegates know that Ken is friend to Afonyo Markins.
Yes.
And if you are Afonyo Markins delegate and you know Ken is his friend, he doesn't have to give you any instruction to vote the way you want to vote.
True.
Naturally, you go to where you think your alliances or allegiances go. So I don't think we should overstretch this result.
Good.
Ken won emphatically, and that's it.
Did Dr. Bambu Bayon necessarily have to win?
No,
in the minority leaders.
Straightforward about some things, and because let me just
my support
it is known by people who know them.
Yes, they are friends.
That they are
work for
good
them.
friends.
Okay.
That is number one.
Yes.
There is nothing wrong with that. Number two, every one of us will want to have a friend who stand and stay loyal.
True.
Okay, that does not mean in any way, as far as I am concerned, that Honorable Afenyo Markin has a problem with Dr. Bawumia.
No, not at all.
I know Afenyo. He's a fine politician, a fine gentleman, and a loyal friend. I don't see any problem in he standing, campaigning for his friend and making his friend win that much. But you saw the meeting that they had at Dr. Bawumia's place.
Yes.
Apparently, he missed the information, so he left, rushed there, and I have no doubt that Afenyo today has put that behind him and is going to rally around Dr. Bawumia and work with him. We shouldn't make fetish of it and make some strangeness out of it and let it look like because he won so much in that place, there's some problem with Afenyo. There's nothing. I see no problem with it. In fact, I think that is why I think this strategy that MPP adopted was very, very good. They have had 30 years of practicing something, and it consistently was bad until it totally broke up the party in Nana Akufo-Addo's time. And they shifted, the strategy. And the strategy is usually results. So you have a situation where somebody like Afenyo, who clearly is very close to Ken, if they hadn't done it this way, he would have maintained this closeness all the way till the very last year. And then you see that the healing process will be, difficult because you have too short a time to make that happen. So why I want to come in here is that don't press Musa about that one.
Okay.
He won emphatically in an area that is, look, Afenyo is in control of Efutu.
That's
I needed we to speak about this just because of that narrative that sort of was gaining some kind of currency after Saturday. And this is what happened. It's not so much about me speaking about it today. It had to be addressed in a certain way because it had gained some currency and got into the realms of whether or not he should be changed as minority leader. We had all of that.
But I'll be very disappointed if Honorable Afenyo will come out and say that I didn't support Ken. I'll be very disappointed. I will be disappointed if he comes out to say that he didn't support Ken. I am saying that I supported Dr. Brian Champong. And any day, anytime, if there is a contest, I am behind him. But for now, we don't have any Brian Champong in any contest.
Right.
And my only candidate is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
All right.
And I am not disappointed that I supported Brian Champong in the campaign. And so I expect honorable minority leader to come out and say, yes, because of 1, 2, 3, I supported him, I worked for him, and he delivered in my constituency. But that is part of history. Now I have a new agenda, and I religiously follow that agenda. And finish this. I will not support any attempt to punish him because he supported somebody. No,
and
he didn't support my candidate. He supported his candidate. We are out of that election.
Okay. Again, you see, MPP is adopting a different strategy from the past 30 years.
Right.
Okay. And I'm saying this because, you see, I don't know what they do in Parliament and how they are going to deal with it. But clearly, you have a situation where Dr. Bawumia is moving into a very tough tussle.
Yeah.
The primaries were a hill. The general election is going to be a mountain. And it's going to climb carrying baggage.
Right.
So they have to deal with the strategy that will make them get there. In the US, for instance, after they elect the president decides everything in terms of the party. Today, as we speak, Donald Trump's children and daughter-in-law and whatever, they are running the Republican Party.
True.
Their strategy is that the whole system must be rallied against one person, focused on one issue, gunning towards one goal. All right? Now, I'm saying all these things because these rumors about whether they will change Afenyo Markin or whatever it is, I say here, and everybody knows where I stand when it comes to Dr. Bawumia. Okay, but when it comes to MPP strategy, I don't know whether they want to change Afenyo Markin or not, but I have every confidence in Afenyo Markin. He's a smart, sharp politician, and he clearly has great things that he's doing there in the mighty minority. But if for any reason the strategy dictates or it comes to bear, according to their calculations, that they need to rearrange things, whoever they are going to bring, I don't know whether it's Kojo or whoever, they have quite a bench of people. So what everybody must appreciate is that MPP is prosecuting a different strategy from what they have done in the past. And clearly, parliamentary fortunes have some sort of effect on the presidential fortunes.
Right.
They are moving into a tough tussle. Okay, and they need to get their strategy right.
There's a reality that you're confronting. I'm going to say it because it's obvious you would have to take a leave of us at some point. The reality you confront, which John Obo and the Piakobi did not take too kindly with the form and manner in which Lawyer Martin Kpebu put it, is that these primaries which Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has won decisively and convincingly, is a hill. The real mountain...
You say convincingly. 56%.
It's convincing.
Let's
Please
stop
move
throwing
on.
words. You said
Move on.
emphatic. What is emphatic
Very
about
emphatic.
56?
You
this
come
is
up against
misnomer.
4 other people and you win
Misnomer.
56.
I'm looking
Alfred, continue.
And somebody's doing 80, 90%.
I say this based on the gap between the next person behind me. That's the context. I hope you understand.
He should have been around 80%.
Hold on. If this outcome is the hill he has just climbed, the mountain you talk about with the baggage that you acknowledge that he's going into 2028 with the baggage, a number of which Lawyer Martin Kpebu referenced.
Which is psychology. You confront it, sir.
Hold on. How is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia going to navigate with this baggage that you acknowledge?
We will tell you.
In 2028.
Easy, see.
It's easy.
No. I want to say, I don't mean it's easy. I mean, like I keep telling you, I'm not sitting in their strategy room. But for me, you see, time heals most things.
Sure.
Today, we are talking about naming the airport after removing Kotoka's name. At the time that we named, or the people at the time named the airport after Kotoka, he was the national hero. Over time, today, he's not. Okay? That is why MPP had to shift their strategy to buy themselves more time. All right? Between now and when that tussle actually starts, anything can happen. Like I told you, we woke up one day, we had 30 tons of gold. Within the space of 1 week, without any policy articulation or whatever it is, somebody sold 18 tons of that gold. All right?
Yeah.
It is.
Last week I even corrected him. We corrected him.
It's a decision that they made.
Serious.
What I'm saying is that
that was addressed.
No, don't be doing
the point I'm making.
God will let you teach
Let
me make my point. I am not discussing who or why or what. I say in one day we had 30 tons of gold. We woke up 1 week after we had 18 tons of gold.
You decided like a foul to sit on gold. You decided like a foul to sit on the gold.
However you make your decision, that's fine. What I'm saying is that if 1 week you make such a major decision, over 3 years, a lot of decisions can be made. The effect of those decisions we all live to see. But this is why MPP needs to buy a long time to be able to prosecute that campaign, deal with all these issues. Then they will arrive at that position where they want to arrive at. It is definitely possible. Because a year in politics is a long time. They've just bought themselves 3 years and a solid mandate. If you go up against 4 other smart people, including formidable people like Ken and Co., and you come up with more than half, first shot, straight out. And I keep telling you, Bawumia is a plucked chicken. He's somebody who has been scrutinized for 20 years. If he gets this kind of showing, after all that has been said, against people like Brian, against people like Kwabena Japan, who everybody said was a formidable guy, look at his performance. So that should reflect on the kind of person Dr. Bawumia is. He has 3 years to prosecute on this agenda. I have no doubt to do a good job.
But the other narrative as well is that, look, compared to 2023, he's lost over 7,000.
7,000 in the space of 100,000 votes. All right?
Negligible.
After coming from the kind of general election problems they had. And look at the nature of this election itself. The headwinds that he had to deal with. People from within saying all kinds of things, including things that were not true. And all the things that he dealt with. This,
including the things that Martin has been saying that are not true.
Consistently every week. Okay?
Please.
And look, let me tell you something. Your strength is a function of your opponent's strength. The strength of NDC today is reflecting on MPP. So even if they are strong, given the strength, today we are all wearing fugu in support of President Mahama. It's extremely popular. Okay, so they are looking at that and asking themselves, who is the best person to do this for us? That impacts Dr. Bawumia. Martin every day comes here and blasts him. It impacts him. So in the face of all of these things, if he comes out with 57%, that shows you the strength of the man. Now give him 3 years to repair and deal with that baggage. I believe we've been a very good.
Let me properly introduce, please. I will stay on the baggage a bit. Let me introduce.
Is he going to wake up Kama?
Properly.
Who died, Dr. Ejeku?
Godwin Ejiji Tamaklo is Chief Executive Officer of the National Petroleum Authority, there was something you asked of the NPU to do. He's also a member
already
of the...
I was monitoring.
Yes,
And
so you just
as part
quickly
of
respond to that.
regulatory oversight over the various outlets, is one of the things that we look for. In fact, when you apply to set up an outlet, if we don't see evidence that you're going to have a place of convenience, it will not be approved.
The problem was the enforcement. And
No, so even with the enforcement, one of the things that we do for our regional offices is to go there. So when you look at the newer stations in all the regions, you can see that it's the fewer stations that have better places of... Look, I wouldn't want to promote anybody's business. I remember going to Hohoe. When I needed a place of convenience, it was a fuel station I went. And I had in mind that that place would look neater and better because of the work our officers with the Inspectorate Directorate do. So it is something we don't take lightly at all, because sometimes nobody knows. You just enter there and nature will decide to call. And you would have to, and you don't want to enter a washroom and the place is so terrible and others. I mean, even the court complex. You know, sometimes the way we struggle with the place. Sometimes you go, there's no water, there's no... But then our enforcement mechanisms are on it in terms of compliance. But I want to say good morning to all my distinguished senior. My father is senior brother.
To say one thing about the toilets and the gas station, it's commendable. We need to have that.
Yes. And the old stations.
Yeah,
let them
way to
come
get
up.
it always on track is to perhaps introduce a kind of sanitation license. In other words, your officers, when they go, they have to grade it.
Yes.
So if they
more like a checklist.
Precisely.
A checklist. So among all other things, for the year, without that, you know, your checklist will not go.
Precisely.
You can also use part of your intelligence generated funds to provide more places of convenience.
There are too many of them.
No. This is a national priority.
No problem. I mean, it's
promoted by Martin with my support.
It's worth considering.
Because Martin introduced it, I support him on this occasion. So if you have some funds that you can commit to creating...
So good morning to everyone this morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is what made this prediction. 57%. That's actually... The outcome on the day was this particular actual, which we'll get into, you know. But you were quite clear in your mind that this is where we were going. And the actual, even though 56.5 thereabout, you round it up, it's still 57%. You put Canadian Japan 28% as against 24. That's a drop of 4%. Now, that's even beyond your margin of error, plus or minus 3.
Yeah.
So what happened?
It's clearly a collapse of a campaign at the die end of all the hard work that he's put in. The video that was released on Monday, I think 19th of January, I think, was the straw that broke the camel's back. He was already not pulling enough to win, but he was there to stay a bit competitive. Then he threw in this grenade in his own campaign, and then Brian benefited.
I see. So it's for you, you put it all down to that video.
Oh, yes. I mean, clearly, you see, as we mentioned here before, he was doing okay, but from the 20th, 21st, 22nd onwards, we saw a gradual decline in the numbers on daily basis, and that was not sustainable to keep him competitive.
I see. And then Dr. Brian Champong, 19%.
From 13%.
You put it up. Your prediction was that he was going to get 13%.
Plus or minus 3%.
Plus or minus 3. And he pulled 19% on the day.
Yeah, he did 3% more than what we thought he could do.
6 percentage points more than what you predicted for him.
Yeah, our prediction, remember, includes 13% plus margin of error of 3%. That would have taken him to about 16% upper limit of the poll.
Right.
He went 3% more than the upper limit, which is extremely well.
And where did that 3% come from?
They all came from Kennedy. Kennedy just dropped everything. Just dropped everything.
So Dr. Brian Chapo was the biggest gainer from...
Bawumia didn't move. He didn't benefit from the collapse of Kennedy. Neither did Japan or Iduchum.
Right.
It went straight from Ken to Brian.
I see. Why did Dr. Brian Acheampong become the biggest beneficiary of Ken Agyapong's campaign collapse?
They share the same demography and the same regions. Their strength is drawn from the Akan regions. And when he was dropping there, they wouldn't go to Bawumia. And they didn't see Edichum or Agyapong as the viable candidate. And to look into the future, they think that let's give you this guy. Even if he doesn't win, he becomes our future hope.
I see. So your theory is that Ken Agyapong and Dr. Brian Acheampong had the same typography of supporters.
Yes, yes.
I see. And that's what we saw play out. But
Yes.
you see, you gave Dr. Yawse Duchum 2%. The actual was just about 1%.
Margin of error.
I see. That we can move. But then again, this is how it looks like. And then when we go to this,
yeah, we're just comparing the two data. The same thing. We can just go that.
It tells a story, and I want us to look at the regional because
let's go
the regional. You talk about the non-disclosed because this was a big
part of the predictions.
Yes, let's stay with this.
In the there were 21% people who were not disclosing. We gave 3% of them to Brian, 7% of that 21% to Dr. Brian Acheampong, and 9% of that to Bawumia, and 1% to Edichum. Kennedy, 3% became minus 2%. He lost
even
in that block.
Amongst the non-disclosed.
He lost, yes, he lost it, yes. Because in the end, he got 2% less than what we were saying he was going to get. And Brian moved from 7% to 30 those people. Bawumia remained flat again. And Edichum also lost 1. So all the drops went to Brian Acheampong.
I see. And it was also here, the non-disclosed bracket, a big beneficiary in there as well.
Yes.
What worked for him, even amongst the non-disclosed population?
Look, let's look at the things that Ken brought to the table. One, he has money. Brian too has money. He's employed people. Brian too has employed people. Grassroots support. Brian too has shown that he gets for the grassroots. He pays for the grassroots. He was fiery. Ken was fiery, abreast. Brian was fiery, but more refined. He could attack without vulgar language, without language that seemed to be a bit overboard. And then Ken is older, Brian is younger. So everything you're looking for in Ken, you get that in Brian.
Right.
And Brian offered a youthful age and more refined communicator who wouldn't make guff. So I think he it made it easy for the people to switch to Brian than stick with him.
So you agree with Kofi Mentel's point that Dr. Brian Acheampong came out of this election with the highest momentum?
I said before that after the election, Bawumia can't celebrate, even though he will win. And Kennedy will be disappointed. The only person who will celebrate, even though he will lose, was Brian.
And that's what came to pass. If you say Bawumia can't celebrate, is it because of the fact that compared to, say, 2023, he performed lesser?
See, on the face of it, people were looking at 61% to 57%. But technically, you look at the margin between the difference between where he is, 57, and where the main challenger is, which is 24. The gap is about 33% now. In the last election, it was 23%. So he has kind of doubled, increased his percentage by almost 10%.
In terms of, if you look at it,
margin,
that is
yes, margin
of victory.
Yes, margin
over
of
and
victory.
above.
Yes,
Yes.
that's why it's emphatic this time than before.
I see. So, but if you say that even though he's won, he will not be celebrating, what do you mean?
Because people were saying that he hasn't performed the same way as he did last time. Because they were focused on the 61, 57, down 4%.
No, but you had stated, even before the election, that he will win, but he will not celebrate.
Yes.
What influenced that?
Here's the difference. Because I was doing the ordinary analysis, which many people were doing. Oh, 61, I feel we have 57 pay, Aswati. That kind of analysis on the street, that is the language of the street. And on that basis, I think he will feel that he hasn't performed as well as last time. His hope was that he was going to do the same 61% or so.
Yeah.
Then he had the bragging right. But that was denied by Brian, obviously.
But if you look at the regional breakdown, which we're going to get into, some of the regions, even though he won, that's Dr. Bawumia won, it wasn't, that compelling a victory, right?
Yes.
We'll get into that in a bit. But Professor Abafa Ajimendua, you had concerns about the influence of money because, Mr. Tankwa, you mentioned, how persons in this race had the resource and the money and how it influenced the campaign. Why is that a major concern?
Well, this is not a new concern. The issue of money has been raised throughout the 33 years of our republic. And it seems to be increasing, and it's being pursued in different ways today, but still very dominant. And the concern has been the extent to which such inducements will influence people to make choices, and whether the choices they make are good for the country. Because if you allow yourself to be influenced by money in making your choices, that means the real interests of the state will not be your concern. And that is a major issue that prevails in most democracies. Even recently in the United States, I read that serious concerns are being raised about how the elite IT people are influencing the current government. I mean, if Ed Musk can give $200-300 million to make sure people win, then the whole essence of democratic rule is viciously, violated. So people are not going to elect people based on their competencies and what they think will be good for the country, but on the basis of how much you have to influence them. And I'm just hoping there's a way. We've been talking a lot about state funding, and that is not an easy one because, again, there are so many political entrepreneurs in our society. Once we say state funding, maybe Martin and I would team up and form a party, and with our influence, we'll get the money from the state for nothing. So I think there must be serious thoughts about how we prevent this. And at some point, I think our friends in the NDC introduced a good idea of opening it up to all candidates as a way of telling candidates you cannot go and bribe how many millions of people. And unfortunately, that did not proceed, right? So I think we have a real task of finding ways to limit the extent of money in how we elect our candidate, because it's very dangerous. We cannot abdicate the right to elect people of competence to rule us simply because those with money are able to dictate who becomes the president and who becomes the parliamentarian.
You bring a proposal.
Please.
Consider.
Just a quick one on this.
We need to demonetize the system of elections. The only way to do that, in fact, and your reference to the NDC approach is quite in order, but we as members of a political party must contribute to the development of the party. So it must be a case that members of the party must be in good standing, and let all members in good standing, by show of your commitment to the party, payment of dues and all that. And we're saying that every constituency, maybe we are getting a delegate of 600 people for the constituency. Let 1,000 or 3,000 come with cards, paid dues and all that, and you come and you go through a ballot, yes or no. So we have 3,000 yes, no's, we have 600 yes. Those who pick the yes proceed to go and vote so that you don't identify the delegates before the voting. Once it is possible to identify delegates to come and vote, people will buy delegates. Yeah. If we even open up, like everybody, card-bearing member, come and vote, you need 3,000, you buy 3,000 people to come and vote for you on the day.
Exactly.
So the way to do it is make sure that the delegates are unknown before the action. So we are getting 600 people to come and vote in Asante Achim North constituency. Let us admit 3,000 or 4,000 members of the party in good standing, having paid dues. That money is going to sponsor the event. So we don't need anybody's money. Then you come to the voting center, 4,000 of you. We have a ballot of 3,000 no, 600 yes, all mixed together. Go through the ballot. Pick a yes and proceed to vote there and then. Pick a no and come back. So that you are not known as a delegate even before you come to the station. And you are not known as a delegate even before you vote. And when you pick a yes ballot, you go straight to vote. So if somebody goes to vote and you want to still give him money, that's up to you. So that you will not be influenced by the money before you exercise your vote. There we can talk about people who are competent to lead us. So let's refine that one.
Exactly.
And make sure that we don't know the delegates before they go to do the voting.
I also have a point. Yeah, make sure 1 minute, one minute on it. You know, since Musa Dankwa came out with the statistics showing that majority of them are JHS leavers.
Yes.
I don't think we've discussed it enough.
I agree.
Majority of the delegates are JHS leavers. No, to be very clear, I'm not saying because they are not much lettered, they are not intelligent. No, that's not the argument. But my argument is that most of the issues we are raising, okay, we are talking about bias here, we are talking about the incompetence of the Kufuor-Bawumia administration, the harm they unleashed on us, etc. My question is, and a lot of this is written in English, okay, and then we are doing data, we are comparing with other democracies here and there. So these JHS leavers, the question I'm asking is, so how sophisticated are they in terms of thinking beyond the party elections? Are they properly educated to be able to look at the larger picture? Because even with university degrees, today, you know, university degrees, we no longer think them sufficient. So you add a master's, etc.
Even that.
Yes, even that. There are issues, right? The way we analyze here and there. So much less a JHS leaver. So that composition, did you say 41% or so? Musa Dankwa, what was the figure?
Yeah, that's true.
41% of the delegates are JHS leavers. And they're determining the future of our democracy, I mean, more or less, in terms of bringing a candidate. So we should be looking at the composition of the quality, because it's a big problem. We haven't said anybody is not intelligent, but we are also saying that to be able to look, these things we are analyzing, reading around, etc. What's the capacity of these persons to do such reading? What's the capacity of these persons to do such reading, such analysis? Think about Ghana first, etc. Right? Their living conditions. So I think that too is a bigger problem. That's how come last week where I said Evans Duyer's poll looked more rational, because it can't just be all visceral, just my tummy, everything about visceral politics, everything about identity politics. There's supposed to be a modicum of room for rational thought as well. You see, so going forward, the MPP should be looking at that. Look, when we were in university, those days, it was the opposite. NDC, there is not to meet openly. It was in the night. And if you were caught, openly NDC, it was like a crime. They said, how can you make it to university and be NDC? Even you remember Honorable Dafemepo corroborated it. Sometimes they even pond you that, those days, if you made it to uni, I'm talking about, look, I'm representing the raw statements. I'm not saying it's scientific, but how it was those days in University of Ghana. NDC, they would meet in the night. Sometimes I had a roommate. You'll be there, Pebu.
I want us to end let me end the point.
Etc. So it wasn't sexy to be NDC. So what I'm saying is that, so people who went to school were automatically to be what? MPP. And then NDC was represented as a party of the masses, the grassroots people, riff-raff, so to speak. Just about 25, 27 years on, the thing is 10. Musa Dankwa's poll shows that now NDC has more intellectuals than MPP. And no wonder then, to make it worse, even their delegate system is is largely made up of people holding JHS certificates. They are dead.
Okay, but you see, it's not a situation peculiar to just the NPP. You've done some work already and in motion with the NDC as well. Here's why I bring in just a quick one on this, because I need us to move on to the regional breakdown. Just quickly.
Let me, maybe by way of prelim, I think that generally the MPP as a corporate entity conducted themselves well last week, Saturday. They went into the polls, came, and reinforced essentially failure.
They reinforced failure?
Yes. The outcome of the election is a reinforcement of failure. And I say this within the context where the party itself, over 40% of them do not see the viability of the candidate they are presenting. The only time that we came close to this number was in the year 2007, when candidate Akufo-Addo had 47%, Alan Kyerematen, and they needed to go for a second round. But for whatever internal cohesion mechanism, Alan decided that it was not worth it and allowed candidate Akufo-Addo to go in. The result overall was that that level of rejection reflected in the national election, with candidate Akufo-Addo eventually losing the 2008 election. And so, by parity of reasoning, where you have a situation where a candidate moves from 61% of the same delegates, it's very instructive. The same delegates, nothing changed. Because it was the mindset of Dr. Bawumia Bawumia and the people around him that gets the party to repeat the same, maybe they'll go through buyer remorse, where they will say, okay, in 2023 November, possibly if we had given him all our support, he would have performed better nationally. And so the 61 reflected in 41% or 42 or 38, regardless of where the data you are looking at. And so, to cure that, let's get our party to maintain the same delegates. This time around, when the same delegates were maintained, you dropped from 61% to 56%.
In fact, some 10,000 was added. So,
yes,
it wasn't really.
But in terms of the structure, the architecture, it was the same. And that is why, and what it means is that if the party, like the way NDC does ours, if they had changed or given people the opportunity to change the delegates, his result would have been bad. Yeah. Because you see, usually people want to validate their initial decisions. And so the people who gave him that 61% didn't want in 2 years to feel that their initial decisions were bad. And would therefore be tempted generally to say we're right after all in the choice of him. The other thing is that, and I think he did so well in projecting that view, repeat a candidate. And that if you repeat a candidate, there's largely the opportunity for Ghanaians to accept him.
The second chance message.
The second chance message. It caught up with the people who had already decided for him previously. Even that view, it did not get general acceptance by the people who even voted for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia in November 2023. And so if you look at the data, you will notice that candidate Akufo-Addo in 2007 did that's 47%. In 2011, when the MPP repeated him again, he moved to 87%. 87%. In 2014, when the MPP repeated him again for the third time, he moved from 87 to almost 92%. And so if you look at the growth of candidate Akufo-Addo, it has been a consistent growth. Look at that of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. And this is data. You can disagree with what I'm saying, but the data is there. Yeah. In the case of candidate Akufo-Addo, the delegate system changed because there was reorganization. Regional executives were elected, constituency executives were elected, polling station executives were elected, national executives were elected before the presidential candidate. In this case, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia decided, no. And Professor is here. He has the benefit of age and experience. If you recall, in 1992, we had the presidential election before parliamentary.
Yeah.
And the MPP said, look.
So this is what you were talking about.
Exactly. So see the growth.
Point, you see.
Yeah, but
so in the case of, so that's what you're talking. Nana Akufo-Addo 94 is been.
Almost everybody has been growing. Only Bawumia now had put out this kind of performance of a repeated candidate. If you look at candidate Joe Mahama, his first time was popular acclamation. 2016, because he was a 16th president, we did an expanded, everybody could vote once, the universal suffrage, and it was almost 90-something%. Then, in 2019, he went against Prof. Alabi, the respected Speaker Bagbin, and the rest, and still came out very good numbers. In 2023, May, we did the same thing, and the numbers, so you could see consistent growth in terms of their control of the party. Now, the point I was making is that if you look at 1992, because the MPP's position at that time was that when you elect the president, different date against that of parliamentary, all Ghanaians, knowing who their president is now, will gravitate towards him.
Correct.
Will gravitate towards, because they want development. Sure. They don't want to be seen as the people against the president-elect. And so, it was a clever way of gerrymandering by having presidential election earlier than parliamentary. So this time around, in 1996, they said, no, we should have both. And that is what brought the lives of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Yao Sakmafo, Hackman Owusu Agyemang, and co. And the 1997 parliament remains one of the best parliaments that we've had. Because by that time, presidential and parliamentary election happened the same day. And so that gerrymandering conversation didn't happen. This time around, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, obviously with the support of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, had the benefit of changing the rules of engagement. This time saying that, let's elect him first. Now, once you elect the candidate, my senior brother, for instance, campaigned vigorously for Dr. Brian Acheampong. His own constituency, Asante Achim. Yes. North. Their constituency executive, they know among themselves who supported Brian. And they are candidates for defeat in the next constituency election. Because now you have a presidential candidate ahead of doing that. So, all the people who supported Brian, supported Ken, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is going to sponsor candidates to remove them. Calm down. Whether it's true or not, it will become manifest. And the reason is that, and there is superior wisdom, why you don't elect a presidential candidate ahead of it. Because you see, once you do that, the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, they do their internal reorganizations first before they elect the candidate. And the reason is human nature. Yeah. Everybody would want to gravitate. Now, in the various constituencies, you have sown seeds of mistrust. There is no way Dr. Bawumia will ever trust Afenyo Markin. No.
Why do you say that? No. Clearly, they've indicated within the week that
on the face of it, listen, on the face of it,
he's going to work with him and for the party.
That's
what they said.
On the face of it, they'll show the cameras. But even the optics recently are obvious. My information is that there is a separate WhatsApp platform for MPs who supported Dr. Bawumia. And that is why you notice that at the time the Honorable Osahene Afenyo Markin was addressing the press, there were people in white in Bawumia's house. And Afenyo, as you see him, openly said, look, I need to stop the press briefing and rush to go and show the loyalty to my candidate now. So you could see him running to Dr. Ba, and by the time he got there, the MPs were already there. These are facts.
Did you see him running?
He ran. I have the video. Show the video. The man was running. By the time he got, look, by the time the man got to the house, I saw my own brother, Anthony Cabo, Opare and Senko. He didn't even greet them, but he went straight to go and show loyalty. Oh, the video, please show the video.
You have the video to show?
Yes, there's a video evidence. I want to tender it through you. But you see, the point I am making is that when you have this kind of situation, it will give you a false sense of loyalty. It is not. It is borrowed. And once it is a borrowed loyalty, the people will pretend, even though they don't support you. Because you see, you are going to leave a party or lead a party where about 40% do not see your viability. The other point that I need to make is that if you look at the composition of the NDC delegate system, we have about 400,000. 999 every branch would have to take part in the election. So we have about 400,000. This is roughly around 212, 213, 218. So if you have a candidate doing 92% in NDC, that's a greater support base compared to somebody doing 56% of 213. And so once you do that kind of numbers, it helps you generally. The other thing is that, look, and Martin raised this critical issue, marketability and acceptability.
I'm going to come to the marketability and acceptability because that's the next leg of the topic. I'll come to you on it.
30 seconds comment. 30 seconds comment.
Don't take 30 seconds.
There is something they said here.
Yes.
Musa Dankwa put up a poll, and I think I shared it on my Facebook post as well, about the fact that about 40-something% of the NPP delegates who went into this Saturday election are persons with GSS qualification. Obviously, people will say, if you're Nyansa, you're different from school Nyansa. So it may well be that the person may have GSS and still be profoundly intelligent and wise.
Good.
Those scenarios exist. We had parents who didn't even have the benefit of doing proper San 7 or middle school in those. But they were very intelligent and smart people. But that said, it is how the MPP had framed our political conversation over the period. That they are the party of intellectuals. That's the framing. That's the framing. And so when you have a situation where your core decision making, and remember that in the party,
and don't forget, you said 30 seconds.
The higher decision-making body of the party is Congress. What happened on Saturday, that's the higher decision. And if the higher decision-making body of your party, about 40% of them have this level of representation in terms of outlook, intellectual outlook, it gives a telling. And that is why I'm not surprised today that Musa Dankwa and the rest, per all their work, shows that the NDC today attracts more younger, more intellectually savvy, more intellectually smart people compared to our brothers in the NPP. And that for me is profoundly telling that going into 2028, if these numbers remain, I think the results appears a bit more.
Yes, I think but it's about time
in that instance, on that particular point,
what rebuttal?
No, hold on. Musa Dankwa will have to leave us at some point. But if we're going to, because you reference his poll, thank you. Because you reference his poll, I think it's good that I give him a word on this because I've received a number of messages on that point that Mr. Tamaklo made and Lawyer Matikbebo as well, that the highest level of education for delegates may be a negligible factor in this entire bigger picture because the census conducted by the Ghana Service tells us that junior high school, that's JHS, is the highest level of education for most Ghanaians. Does that mean that most Ghanaians are not competent to elect the president? Because then even if you expand the tentacles of this argument to cover the general elections, that also holds that you have the majority having JHS as the highest level of education, but they take part in elections.
Yeah.
Right? So then it's not just an MPP problem.
Good. So now
it's a bigger issue. So that demographic, when you engage them, was there any reflection that, look, they didn't understand the issues at play?
This is a local election. This is, elections of a small group. The level of someone's intellect determines your communication strategy and how you intend to win that vote.
True.
Simple as that. So you have to understand them to know what will entice them to vote for you. Some of those who lost because they didn't understand the demographic of the delegate and how to appeal to their minds and hearts.
And we too also come in
but
this way. So
it's important that we also put a position against this unwholesome presentation by my good friend.
I don't want to be you use very words.
This is bigotry. This is bigotry. But again, everything is unwholesome.
I'm enjoying the complacency that they seem to be close.
Where the complacency?
Okay, you see, so if you're going to get into that point, let me just round up on Musa Dankwa because
and you want to comment about this JHS thing.
Hold on.
Like they said, the national one.
So, because if you look at the regional breakdown, which is also a very important point to make, the Ahafo region, you see, Dr. based on your predictions, 60 as against the actual 62%. It's not nothing too much of a big issue to make out of. But Kenyo Japan, the actual, he collapses by some 7%. That's huge. Yeah. And then you see Dr. Brian Champon gaining in that regard as well. So Ken Japan's loss was spread across the other candidates in Ahafo. Ashanti region is a big deal. This is the World Bank of the MPP, the base of the party. And your prediction was that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was going to pull some 67% in the Ashanti region. The actual fell short by some 9%.
58%,
right?
yes.
That's 58%. Look at that.
Brian, yeah, double his performance in Ashanti region to 14% from 4%, and Educhum from 1 to 3% in the Ashanti region. Kennedy remained flat as predicted.
And it means that, in fact, Dr. Brian Champong gained massively in the Ashanti region as well.
Yeah.
What worked for him in there based on what you've been doing afterwards?
It's the same factors. I mean, you can't say that the issues are different from different regions. They're the same issues. And Ken collapses by throwing the bomb in his own campaign, and people went to Brian.
I see. So it was all Brian gaining from what happened to. I want us to look at the Central region. So because the home region of Kennedy Oyen Japan, your prediction was that it's going to pull some 58%.
It dropped 10% to 48%. Bawumia largely remained flat, 39, 30, 37, plus or minus 3% margin of error. And look at Brian from 3% to 15%.
I see. So then that 10% gap, you see consistently Dr. Brian Champon, because your prediction was that Dr. Brian Champon was going to post 3%.
Yeah.
You have additional 12% in there. So again, from both, in fact, majority from Kennedy Oyen Japan. So
and some from Bawumia.
So the impact that you say, the negative impact that Kennedy Oyen Japan had, even in his home region, it impacted on him.
In fact, it became clear that he wouldn't win because of the way he was performing in his own region. And that was very clear that, look, if you can't deliver your region in a very strong way, forget it.
I see. So the moment you saw those trends in his home region, it gave you that conviction that also Eastern region, Dr. Brian Champon showed up quite strongly in
hugely
as well. 29% as against your 13%. But this is his home region. Why are you giving him 13%?
Look at how Ken dropped by 10%. Bawumia by 4%.
True. See. Let's quickly get to this Northeast was without a doubt that it was good, but Greater Accra region. Greater Accra region is another place to
work. Largely performed as expected in the poll. 29% prediction equal 31%. Brian was to get 11%, he got 14%. Bawumia 59, they got 55, drop of 4%. So largely not too much variation from the poll.
I see. But then again, you look at the big five regions for the New Patriotic Party. And even though there are some areas that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia won, for instance, Volta region, you see Dr. Brian Champon there strongly.
Total collapse. Total collapse.
So the Dr. Brian Champon's performance in the Volta region was largely as a result of Ken's collapse.
Yes. Bawumia was largely in line, from 40 predicted to 36. Margin of error of plus 3%, which is okay. Look at Brian from 3% to 46%. This is just shocker.
That's abnormal. I mean, to see this jump.
Yeah.
How? Within just one week, because that video you talk about was just about 5 days or 6 days.
They always say that the last minute are dangerous times.
But why the Volta region with this much for Dr. Brian? Because the two of them are not.
Volta region is not a strong region for MPP anyway. And Ken is linked to the region by, I think, I'm told, by marriage. But Brian is linked to that region by language. We define more attaching.
Okay, but Musa, the other thing too is that, but Musa, if you also look closely in terms of our demographics, the Kwewus, because of their Afram place,
they are connected,
tends to be very close to Ewe-speaking people. And in fact, most of them, I have friends who are Kwewus. Either a mother is a Kwewu, like a mother, Ewe, father, Ewe, or. And so you have that kind of connection. And most Kwewus who live around the Afram, also you notice that they either grew up relating more directly with an Ewe family or something. So those things, if you don't look at it closely,
you won't know.
Let me also tell you something about Brian in the Volta region. He speaks fluent Ewe.
That's what he said, by language.
And he lived there in his early life.
I think the
mom and he has association more with the Volta region by way of connection, funerals, and relations, and so he is more of a candidate for Volta region, if you like.
I see. That's why I was quite surprised that with your prediction, you gave him 3% based on all of these factors that were working in his favor. It did not have to take Kenny Japon's collapse for him to do that.
Brian was strong in Volta region. His campaign, in fact, members in the campaign, most of them were from Volta region. If you,
Pius was the lead.
And we had a special team
for him.
Kenwood,
exactly.
All of them were part of the campaign. But
who was the candidate for Esojaman, no?
Yeah,
yes,
no, he was a candidate for
the MPP parliament.
And Kenwood is an old and Kenwood is an old politician from the region. He was ever even a regional chairman of NPP, Kenwood, and we started in 1992 with him as representative for NPP, and he was so much a member of the campaign of Brian. Brian is connected to Volta region. I mean, personal connection to Volta region.
I see, and that's why I wanted us, Mr. Dakwa, that's we are rounding up on this. I wanted us to.
But plenty analysis by Honorable Pierre Kubi, but you have not disclosed the businessman who went to corrupt the MPs.
You smile at this.
You are talking plenty. There was a businessman who came to corrupt you. You are not revealing the name, and you are talking and climbing the high moral.
But let me correct one misconception. Somebody said that Dr. Bawumia will punish people who didn't vote for him. Dr. Bawumia is more smarter than that.
I know
and let me give you a particular instance. In the case of the minority leader, Dr. Bawumia promised that no such a thing will happen. And I personally, I don't expect Dr. Bawumia to do that.
Yes,
if he does that, it will demoralize my support and my commitment to the campaign.
First of all,
he will not do that.
You see, what he is not telling you that first of all, they didn't want. First of all, they didn't want Afinyo Makin as the minority leader.
Okay.
No, but
my learned friend, this
point you have made, gentlemen.
It wasn't for Dr.
Thank you very much. In the Western region, your microphones are off. In the Western region, now you see and I think we've established. I needed to interrogate what happened in the Volta region as Dr. Brian Acheampong won. We now understand that beyond even the collapse of Kennedy Acheampong's campaign, he had footprints in the Volta region much more than any other region that we have seen. And it's no surprise that he won. But in the Western region as well, if you look at the collective, the 2024 elections, the NDC dominated the Western region. In fact, it lost that swing status for 2024. But then, if you look at this, it is still following the same pattern. You had given Kennedy Acheampong, based on your prediction, which is the deep blue bar, 42%. But then again, the actual showing on the D-Day last week, 23%. Now, that is about a 22%, that's 19 percentage drop. Then you see Dr. Brian Acheampong, you gave him 2% per your prediction. He actually pulled 15%. That's 13% in addition to it. But then you also see Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia moving from 56% your prediction to 61. So you see the 19 shared that amongst Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Dr. Brian Acheampong. So it was just Ken's doing that got these candidates to go that much.
Precisely. And once, so Central and Western tend to behave in a similar manner. And once he was collapsing in Central region, his own backyard, we didn't expect Western to spare him.
But even though he collapsed in Central region, he won that region.
Yes, but under 50%.
True. But then again, if Central and Western behave the same way, you would have thought that would also impact on them.
No. You see, Bawumia was looking to win there already. So if you are collapsing in your region, then we expect the collapse to be also massive in the neighboring region of Western.
I see. So in the collective, now it's clear that we saw a third force after Saturday, Dr. Brian Acheampong. Strategy-wise, how do you expect that strength to be leveraged by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia? Because you had made a statement about a month ago about this.
Look, I'm not here to advise any campaign. They have their own strategies. But the guy cannot settle liberating off.
Dr. Brian Acheampong?
Yes.
I see. And you had stated a month ago, I remember, that if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was going to make an impact in 2028, he needed the likes of Brian Acheampong. You still stand by that?
I won't run from it. I stand by it.
And what role? Okay.
Look, I can't define the role. You know, these are the work of the campaign strategists and those who know better than me. But certainly you can't ignore this kind of performance that is put up in the primaries.
Musa Danquah, I do appreciate you, and I think congratulations is in order. Yes, because last week we're all you didn't go back.
Wanted to hear more rational thoughts than just visceral.
But then I think that is worth.
But we are here to talk about the GHS. We are going to comment.
We acknowledge that indeed this is what has happened. Congratulations and good job. In fact, Andisako with the Kogra clothing, they say they are giving you 3 kaftans of your choice. Yes. So that is a gift from Kogra Clothing.
He's also in our vicinity.
Also, girls travel the store saying they want you to go and rest, so they'll give you a ticket to go and enjoy in Dubai. So
thank you very much.
Congratulations
to you. Ticket.
Yes, and go and enjoy yourself. So this is just
the use of public office for private use.
But he's not.
No, he's here by charge.
For what? For what exactly? Thank you for connecting.
I'll come and share the benefit with my neighbor.
Because Musa is leaving us, just a quick word on what you did before the polls. In December, you had stated that if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was elected, if he is put up against any of the 3-4 runners of the NDC that you put together, none of them have come out to publicly state that they were going to contest the NDC flag ration. That is Dr. Kasiel Atufo, Johnson Ishidu Nketia, and then also Harun Idrisu. In December, you said if elections were held in December, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia would have lost against all of them. How do you see that also playing out, especially after a day like that? Now he's been elected as the flag bearer.
Look, I think on his fortunes, nothing would change at the moment. What we expect to change is the fortunes of the NDC guys against Bawumia. But one equation that has been resolved now is MPP candidate. But the NDC is still up in the air. Now, depending upon who they elect, the dynamics of the MPP race will impact on how they perform against Bawumia. But I think we'll be here again by April, and the numbers will be presented. But from that data, Atuforsen was the best performing option for NDC against Bawumia.
Let's put that on the screen. You said Dr. Atuforsen, if election was held in December last year, Dr. Atuforsen is against Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 58-38.
Yes.
20%.
Yep.
As against, you see Johnson Esiedun Ketia 53-43. And then you have Haruna Iddrisu 56%, 40%.
All of them.
That's
it tells you that the candidate of the MPP may be half of the problem. The other problem could be the party itself and its performance.
The candidate and the party.
Yeah.
And you see, this is just 3 clear years ahead, so a lot can happen.
Politics in 3 years.
Certainly. I mean, we started polling head-to-head between Bawumia and Mahama in 2022. And we kept that polling. And when Alan was there, we did the same thing. And when Ken joined, we did the same thing. So we have that data. So we will see how the numbers move over time. So we can have a trend. And what we do better is see the trend and see what the trend is and how the trend changes. For us, that's our secret. If you don't measure it from the beginning, you won't see what has happened down the line.
I see. Great stuff.
Yeah,
Yes, Prof,
just a quick
please.
one. I'm just intrigued by the difference between scientific predictions and divine predictions. I don't know how we address
the difference is that scientific predictions can be replicated by other scientists, but prophetic ones can be replicated.
Precisely. So the prophetic.
But you see, I obviously, as a politician, I will not completely discard the influence of prophecy. Look, there's a reason why.
Thank you for joining us.
I'll tell you this.
I am out of that.
Or divine matters in leadership. There's a reason why even the great Setu went for Okonfo Anochi. There's a reason. There's a sound reason. So in life, you can't completely. I grew up with knowing prophecies by Malcolm Wovenu, ARS in those days. And you could not do away with it. I mean, in terms of Christmas, Easter, and the prophecies that will come from Tajefu and the rest. So these things you can't, as it were, just joke with it at all. At all.
That's fine.
Yes. And let me say, sometimes it's not completely out of place for a prophet, as it were, to get it wrong. But from our political conversation to completely discard it will be dangerous.
I have no problem with that because it's based on people's own faith and beliefs. So I'm not discarding it.
And sometimes
I just
psychological
don't
impact of
want,
it.
and both parties are on the same table. But I just hope.
No, I get where Prof is coming from. When you have a scientific data, and the data is telling you that calls were directly placed to people, and from the calls, this is how we sample their views. I mean, to ignore that for a pure divination requires a lot of courage.
Correct. You are very courageous. I respect that. I respect that.
You know, because then there's data and you are ignoring the data for, but I think that you need a perfect blend.
Right.
And I'll give you a classic example. I remember, Musa Dankwa, sorry he's left. Asinov, the by-election. So I remember Issa Dankwa had come out with a poll on Jachi Kwesi and the possibility of him winning or not. So the first poll that came, it wasn't looking so good for the Honorable Jachi Kwesi. That was 2023, around May, June there. So I remember calling my brother Sami JV and said, Musa Dankwa just came out with this poll. And we're all in Asinov. at that time for the by-election.
Yeah.
So that data that Musa Dankwa put immediately changed our strategy for D-Day. And that D-Day, we just said, look, if we focus on Asin Ganga, we focus on Dostan, Ashia, Breku, and all those things, we have a great chance of, taking the seat, upstaging the MPP. Because remember at that time, Nanado was in the various churches saying, why would you want to vote for a candidate who will end up in jail or that kind of thing? You remember?
Very nauseating.
And that gave us the opportunity to narrow the conversation down to D-Day. And by the time we came out of the poll, the numbers were so up with what we have done. And Asino became the harbinger for 2024.
I see.
And the result became so clear.
True. And just because I think that the context of what we see on the screen is about the period it was conducted. That's December 2025. The Honorable Andy Appiah-Kubi, you've elected your candidate almost 3 years ahead of this general election. This is the earliest any party has elected its presidential candidate in this Fourth Republic.
Right.
A number of things could go right for you. The other issue that could possibly also go south is what exactly would inform the campaign going into 2028. The issues haven't crystallized yet, right? So, really, how do you intend to navigate this situation to your parties?
But the focus will not be just on the NPP. It also depends on how NDC continues to perform.
Absolutely.
Because one or two serious scandals can really take away from the NDC. So I think part of the factors should be on the NDC itself.
True.
Its ability to
the
to
performance
sustain
of
the
this
good work that they are
administration
doing,
and then within the period.
Recently, I read that you were angry with something. You were saying you are not going to be talking for NDC again or something.
Yeah, that was the Abronye, the time, and everybody agreed. Everybody thought that no, the Abronye matter was not
I
dealt
understand,
with well.
but something like Abronye can pop up again, and if somebody like you can be angry and walk away.
Yes, yes. I was wondering there.
If I can, on this issue about the NDC's performance, respectfully, Prof, the leadership that President Mahama is offering now, and even for us appointees, we're almost on tenterhooks every day.
Good.
My good friend, listen.
No,
I'm saying I'm praying that we continue
I'm just adding to yours that you see usually is the leadership response. And what President Mahama has shown so far is the fact that he's on you, hands on.
That's right.
He's not leaving anything to chance. Also because he has a personal legacy. It's a legacy mandate for him. And so he has his eyes and ears everywhere.
On the prize.
And on the prize. At a personal level.
Correct.
You see, when the thing is personal to you, how you look at it is also a bit more different. And so there's always scrutiny, there's always control, there's always leadership. Even in terms of the management of the economy itself. Prof, there are many who felt that the NDC needed 2 years to repair the damage caused by the MPP from 2022 to 2024. But under the leadership of President Mahama, you will notice that in the space of 1 year, there have been significant turnaround.
No doubt.
And the numbers are there. To move the Ghana cedi from almost 17 trading to now 11.10 is significant work. 2, to move inflation that went to 54% in 2022, at the time when only 2 countries were worse off than us, South Sudan and Zimbabwe, to now 3.8% within 13 months. That is significant work. And Prof, you know what? The Ghana Statistical Service in 2022 said the inflation of 54% resulted in 850,000 people becoming poorer.
Yes.
So what it means is that higher inflation has a correlation with poverty
Employment.
and all the other economic numbers. If today great effort has resulted in 3.8% of inflationary pressures, what it tells you, and that is why I'm not surprised that the Statistical Service says about 380,000 people have moved out of poverty with these numbers. So when you keep your eyes on the economic numbers, and if you look at the projection from now to 2027, at least the numbers look so good that even if we can maintain the Ghana cedi between 10 and 12, for the next 1 year, 2 years, it will keep the economy a bit more stable. Because when there is heat in the economy, it results in other cascading, the ripple effect is always high. And the team of economy, led by Finance Minister, the Honorable Ato Fersen, Governor of Bank of Ghana, and others, they have kept their eye. That is why I find it a bit intriguing that the likes of Kofi Bento goes about saying that, oh, we have moved our gold reserve from 30 to 18. You know, when we're growing up, the chicken, the female one, it will be on its eggs. Yeah. It will lay the eggs, and for 30 or something days or 21 days, it will just be on the eggs. That is why the MPP behaved for 8 years. They were just sitting on the gold, and Ghanaians were suffering. Yeah. It has to take thinking outside the box, innovation, to see that you can cash out with higher gold prices and keep the economy flowing. Thankfully, this year, the mines alone are going to contribute about 12 tons to again replace what we have depleted. And so we come back to square one. I don't know how this thing was lost on our friends.
Thank you.
And that is why today, I mean, when I hear them talk, the likes of Kofi Bento and Co. still parading this, still propaganda about keeping our gold. You keep the gold for what exactly? Ornamental purposes.
Right.
No, you have to be innovative. Think. Gold went as far as 5,000.
Yeah. 500.
Yes, 500. Today it's coming down.
Exactly.
So if you had not cash out, you'd have been a greater loser. Yeah. Meanwhile, from all the data, the mines you'll be putting into Bank of Ghana about 12 tons. And so it gets you back to the original position.
Yes. And the governor even said they bought it to buy foreign exchange.
Yes.
So, and they said gold was lopsided.
Sinamati, do you know one significant thing? No. Do you know that so far, John Dramani Mahama, president, has not gone for €1 bond in a year?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Meanwhile, the economy is moving. Yeah. There's not much heat in the economy. Yeah. That is innovation. That is what leadership is about. Yeah. And that is what Bawumia did not offer Ghanaians. Yeah.
Professor Bafo-Adjumani, no, I'll come to you on it. So you stay on this part.
On the same issue?
Yes, quickly. Because you were on the path. He just has to respond to you on that.
There's no question at all about the performance of the president and the government. And I think, in a way, it's even miraculous that within a short span of 1 year, so many significant changes have occurred in the economy. And I like this point made by my good friend about using the gold and taking it out at the right time before even the drop in the price from 5,500 to 5,000. So I think the president and his economic team, no matter how you look at it, they've done a fantastic job within this short period. There's no question. And I don't think the other party can stand and dispute that. All I'm hoping for is for the president to keep his eyes on the price. And I'm also hoping that the global environment will continue to be favorable.
Yeah.
Because look, all of us Ghanaians benefit when things go well under any government.
Yes, sure.
The previous one did not go well, and we suffered. Now I don't want another debacle by my government. Okay? So, for me, I'm thrilled at what is going on. And in fact, there are other things that we don't even have to bring to the conversation.
Sure.
Personally, I'm also excited about the international posture that our president is giving the country. That's another discussion.
Thank you so
we can
much.
have.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, there's no question at all about that. So,
Thank you.
oh, the Batakaris. Unfortunately, I didn't bring my Batakaris. I'm the old person here. But look, this country seems to have rediscovered itself.
Thank you.
There's no question. We have rediscovered ourselves. And I'm hoping that we all sustain it so that
Mahama is the hope.
Okay.
We see, I don't mention names. But I know what I'm talking about.
Sir. Yes,
and
sir.
I think President Mahama has redirected the trajectory of our development. And I pray it continues like that. As for the domestic politics, we can expect it to go on. Those who may talk against it, it's up to them.
It's about the focus you want him to keep.
Oh, sure.
And on the global dynamics, Prof, I always say that as a politician, you must always build buffers.
Okay.
Good time, bad time. And one of the things that we all realize is that when it comes to global factors, mostly we have very little control. But so far, things have worked so
in our
well.
favor.
It reminds me of the Japanese word kamikaze. You know, twice the Mughal Empire tried to invade Japan. Twice they were defeated by the typhoons. And so the Japanese came out with the word divine winds, kamikaze.
Okay.
So far, the winds have been very divine.
Correct.
And we thank God for that.
Precisely.
Thank you. But yes, no, because that is an issue which you raised, they commented, and you want to conclude on it. I'll come to you. I'll give it to you.
Senior
Honorable Apiakobi will have to respond to all the other matters that have been raised. But that's hope that the divine winds are blowing in the right direction.
That's right.
Beyond hope, there has to be policy. Right, so hope has not really been the basis enough for any policy formulation for that.
Let us start with the fears of some of members of the public, particularly MPP members, about the direction that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will go in terms of his leadership. And I want to assure all members of the party that some of us are there always to offer him the alternatives. One good thing about him is that he will listen to us if we offer solutions. The very bad thing about the previous setup was that when you offered solutions, nobody will listen to you.
And you mean the Kufuor-led government?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And I also agree with Prof, and in fact my good brother, that we have enjoyed some positive natural wind flow, which is good for all of us. And for me, as a Ghanaian, I'm always interested in ensuring the development of the country. So whoever does it doesn't really matter to me. As long as it brings relief and development to the country, I will wholeheartedly support it. And indeed, this gold thing that we have discussed this morning, when you have the eggs, you sell it at the best time to get the most revenue. Probably you use the same revenue to procure more in place. So my only prayer is that we sustain the economy as the way it's going, and we also hopefully receive the revenue, the returns to replenish what we have dissipated so far. It is not criminal to dissipate your wealth in time of need. If it gives you the overall net returns, that is okay for me. So let's work to get more into it. And again, I don't expect us to be overly critical about a policy that brings us relief as a country. So if we can improve upon it, let's offer the alternative so we can improve upon it. But coming back to the politics, and let me commend, in fact, the new financial management team, that at least we have seen some stability in our economics financially, and that is good for all of us. But come to the economics. I also enjoy the complacency of my good friend that the polling results suggest that any of the candidates will win
the
against.
context was if elections were
Yes,
held
but I
in
don't
December.
I don't take scientific research lightly, because I know that for nothing at all it brings a lesson, and it is for us as beneficiaries of that information to also position ourselves to prove otherwise. And for me, 3 years in political life can bring all kinds of changes. And Prof even warned us that even one scandal can even topple the direction, and all of us will crumble. So now, assuming this is the position of the candidates, if we put them up, that's the beginning of our planning. So let MPP take it as now we are coming from defense in an attempt to win. And we have also the capacity to overturn it. And as we are saying, all that it calls is for hard work. And so that we don't even start fighting from inside. We have gone past who is this in the party, who is that in the party. We have a structure. Let's maintain and encourage the structure. One good thing about it is that our parliament is doing well. And the minority leader now, they're doing very well by way of the arguments. And for me, they are winning most of the arguments. So let us strengthen them, let us encourage them, and let us provide more information so that they can go into the debates in the House. Let us not disrupt the structure as we have it, because it will be very difficult for us to rebuild if we destroy. So this notion of change of personnel for reason that they supported different candidates, I don't support it at all. It will rather demoralize some of us if we see people being punished for having supported candidate A or candidate B. In fact, I am prepared now to do anything humanly possible within my capacity to promote my candidate, who is Dr. Bawumia. And I will not for one day lie that I did not support Honorable Dr. Brian Champon. I supported him. And if I give him the opportunity again, I will support him. But for now, my candidate is only Dr. I want to believe that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia believes that he needs all of us. And therefore, this idea of this one is here, this one is there. And indeed, it goes to Canada, Japan also. Personally, I was advising members of the party that much as you have your preferred candidates, don't attack any of the candidates that you don't support because you want to give mileage to your candidate. It is only when you do that, when we finish, then it is difficult for you to come into the center to support the collective agenda. I didn't do that. I didn't encourage people to do that. But now we have one candidate. But this poll result, for me, I take it as a lesson. We are in class one. Let's grow from this and turn the fortunes around and make sure that come the time that we are voting, our candidate will be the preferred candidate for Ghanaians. So, yes, it is good. And let's continue to also do the polls so that we will also enjoy the progression and be advised by same. Again, let us also find people, other scientists to also conduct, to validate or otherwise of the results that are coming from the pollster. So for me, it's a good wake-up call. When they tell you that you are sick, accept that you are sick so that you find the solutions. If you debunk the scientific investigation of your health, then you're doing it at your own peril. So NPP, I don't think that is necessary at all for us to try to argue out the results that have come out of the research. We can only do that by change of our fortunes and also by also taking up some polling to ensure that we can verify what Musa is telling us. But I'm also very happy that people think that once you are here, you remain there forever. Let them think like that, and then let us also grow out of it so that when they turn around to look for us, they won't find us. They will find us in the lead. So my good friend who is happy that any of their candidates will beat our candidate.
Alfred.
I'm happy about that. So the complacency is also a positive benefit to me, and I will enjoy it as a
you say Alfred.
Okay.
Let
my good friend Ediji, I will urge on you to remain quiet when I'm talking because I didn't interrupt.
You see one thing I
didn't interrupt. And I see that I'm faced with barrage from left and right.
We are intimidating.
No, you know that you cannot intimidate. So for me, it's a warning to MPP. For now, our stakes are down, but we can raise it, and we have to do good work to so do. It is unnecessary at all to offer unnecessary criticisms. If it's good, it's good. But if we can also suggest improvement, why not? Let's suggest improvement because the enterprise is Ghana, and the Ghana enterprise, we are all part holders or shareholders. So whatever we do to support a good initiative, let's do so. I will not really unnecessarily criticize change that is good. So let us comment. And as Prof said, but again, every government has its own period of goodwill. Mm-hmm. The goodwill goes beyond a year and a half, 2 years. So let us also be mindful of how long we have stayed in the goodwill and the fact that the goodwill is dropping and it will drop. So sustaining the goodwill of the Ghanaian public is what we pray for. And indeed, it is not because NDC is in power. If NDC can sustain the goodwill and give us the good results, why not? But I am hopeful that the dynamics are likely to change in the years ahead. Probably by December, we'll be seeing something.
I don't pray. You won't be a politician in opposition.
No. I won't pray for. I won't pray for bad omen. I won't pray for bad omen. But again, I will only say that it's a warning.
Yeah.
In fact, if we had heard, we had listened, probably the results would have been different. And I'm just.
You mean if the MPP in 2024?
In 2022, if NPP had listened. Indeed, Dr. Bawumia then was part of government, but I know from inside that he was himself worried about what was happening. Because when you have somebody who is seen as the all in all, will not listen to anybody, and
who is that person?
And the president. Look, we came out openly to say that this man, we didn't think that he was doing well for us as a government, as a country.
You mean the finance minister?
Yes. And yes, and the president who will not listen to us.
And that is why it's so important for you to make sure your candidate distances himself from the old order.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
This is exactly what I'm going to say. This is exactly what I'm going to say. That I know for a fact that Dr. Bawumia was not happy with what was happening. His only fault that I will bring out is that he did not voice it out.
Yeah.
and
But
that's the betrayal of the Ghanaians.
No, I have not invited you. I have not invited you. But I understand that he was part of a government and he didn't have the mandate of the people.
Yeah,
he was playing a supporting role.
Sure.
So I know on one occasion when the then vice president invited the finance minister to come to his office for discussions on the economy, and this guy refused.
You mean Kenneth Franka refused to go
to
honor the invitation of Dr.
Bawumia? He had Dr. Bawumia to go to the finance ministry to engage him. How come? How did it happen? And it happened. And it happened under the supervision of the president. And how would you allow that? I'm happy when my brother is saying that the president is on them 24/7. Let him be on them 24/7. And indeed, the position of chief of staff and people who are supporting the presidency, they should also be apt so that they are watching the government appointees. So they don't drag the government into
let me just Senior Andy, a quick one.
President Mahama, I commend you for being on them 24/7. Human beings are human beings. Some of them are not good. but make sure you bring out the bad ones so that you can also maintain your focus.
You know, within this
quickly.
year alone, the Chief of Staff has already summoned all CEOs and deputies to the presidency. And usually it is 10 warning. As you are aware, the president has already even given us all CEOs by April. If your audited account for SOEs is not presented, you have questions to answer. And so you can see, and he's met ministers and deputies. So that is what he's doing, hands on. He doesn't want to leave anything to chance. But you see, there's an important thing that we all need to come, and I'll conclude, yes. I'm just concluding on that, is that our friends in the NPP say, this thing that these NDC people are doing, it's not sustainable. They said it's not sustainable in January, said the same thing in February, March, April, then it was December. We recorded the lowest exchange rate for almost 3 years, 10.5. They said it was not sustainable and we are moving. I think what our friends in the NPP need to understand is that when Dr. Bawumia was given the opportunity, the chance, as the chair of the economic management team, instead of diversifying our gold reserve to provide the needed buffer for the economy, they turned our gold reserve into economic tourist attractions. That is what they did. Today, men are at work, and the men who are at work today have diversified the gold reserve to the benefit of the generality of Ghana. You may not know the impact of foreign exchange on living conditions. You may not know the impact of inflation. All these numbers impact. Do you know that even the rate we use in paying our foreign debt changes the dynamics of how much our public debt is?
Exactly.
And so when some people decided to keep our gold reserve for economic tourist attraction, and today, through innovation thinking, others are turning it into diversifying it for the benefit of Ghanaians, what you do is to demonstrate humility, calmness, and applaud them for the innovation.
What have we done
and thinking outside the box. You have not.
Thank you. But you see, and how would this campaign of Dr. Bawumia being sidelined, not being part of the effective front running of the administration in the last 4 years be impactful? If you're going to run on that path, do you believe in that narrative of him being sidelined?
I'm telling you what I know for a fact that it happened, and I'm not commending people who supervise that relationship. I'm rather saying that when we have a next opportunity, that should not happen.
Right.
And I'm also using that also to advise the present government that you should not repeat the mistakes of the past.
Okay.
And I'm also reconciling that with the position of President now, that I will keep 24/7 watch on you. It is necessary and important. And all other people who are supposed to help the president, let them also engage the appointees on a daily basis so that we make sure that they're doing the right thing. And I'm saying that this did not happen in our administration. And we have suffered the consequences.
Thank you.
So we should learn, and they also should learn.
And as for the claim that Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia was sidelined, you know, it's an attempt to whitewash.
No, it is.
And that view will not sell.
Oh, please.
Because Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo himself,
not sell it to you.
I remember in Bawalesi, he said, Onyankopon de wiase nyansa nyina edema Dr. Bawumia Bawumia. And no
this is
Thank you very much.
It is a say I didn't know was sidelined.
Thank you.
So you want to tell me that I don't
was it sidelined? Was it sidelined?
You want to tell me that I don't have I'm telling you what I know. It is for you to believe it.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to give the last word to...
I did not say that, so you cannot take me on somebody's...
I'm just... You made that without... Thank you. But earlier, I indicated that the CEO of Ghana Cocoa Board, Dr. Randy Abbey, is going to be joining us because the cocoa issue has also been one of the topical issues throughout the week. I have a cocoa farmer with us I have the son of a cocoa farmer with us. Yes. And I'm also going to be joined by the president of the Ghana National Cocoa Farmers Association. He's also going to be joining us. But, Lawyer Martin Kpebu, quickly, a final word on this. And Dr. Randy Abbey is going to be joining us in a bit. Quick, please.
Yes. So I'm back on the JHS matter, right?
Quick.
So the point is that, the ETEXA mentioned, we want to put it in context that the whole country, majority of citizens, what we have is the JHS qualification. Then, so are we then surprised at the kind of leadership we have? Yeah, because generally there's a correlation. The more you've read, the more you know your rights, etc., the more you can demand more capable, professional, and accountable leadership. I mean, somebody who has only JHS qualification, you think the person is generally, I'm talking about general, such a person is empowered to question a lawyer. You see, so let's take, for example, Akufo-Addo, where he was coming, even at the bar, we were even intimidated with his number of years. I remember when we started criticizing Akufo-Addo, some senior lawyers would call and say, he's senior to you at the bar, so you can't criticize him. But with time when we call, even lawyers, I saw senior lawyers who thought that because Akufo-Addo was far more senior at the bar, somebody junior couldn't criticize. So you see the thinking, even at the bar, lawyers, much less JHS holders. So you see that the more you have JHS holders, the more you can't hold the government accountable. You see, generally, because you don't feel empowered. Because the thing is that he's more lettered, at least. And he seems to have more knowledge, a bigger, deeper, better pool of knowledge than you are. So you are not empowered to question a lawyer who is a president, etc. But with more education, then you feel like you can also do something about the situation. So take the example, when we're growing up, the DCE was usually far better educated than the populace. But today, check, a lot of the DCs, we have people who are far more educated than the DCE. Today, it's no longer a quest for the best educated person being a DCE. So what I'm saying is that, so a DCE now is generally more accountable because there are people who are not DCEs and they generally have more information than the DCE, so they can press him on, okay? They can take him on, etc. So let's not belittle the importance of university and graduate level work, etc. So, and that's how come I am an unrepentant ambassador of the free SHS. Okay. So at least that one, anytime you mention free SHS, they know that Akufo-Addo and I are friends on that one. So if we had more policies like this, then you hear me extol the virtues of Akufo-Addo. But once we don't have anything beyond free SHS, yes,
you know that you are a sinner.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Now, let me read a few of your messages. Thank you very much. Now, we're live on 3FM 92.7, also on the Voice of London Radio in the heart of the city of London. I see a number of your messages from the diaspora as well. Thank you as well. A number of you listening to us across the country, a number of radio stations as well. Kukute Gideon, Bigger Dan says, Mr. Bento's view is that time heals. As such, with the opportunity, you can take all manner of decisions, poor, and after some 2, 3, or 8 years, the people will heal, based on which you will earn their trust again. Says what kind of analysis you say is that. Thank you. Good morning, Alfred. Tell my good friend Martin Kpebu to, he says, leave the institution of the church and alone. Though important to have theological experience, it's not the condition God uses. I knew you were going to have that. I mean, it's a matter of entitlement of opinion.
Something wrong.
True. Yes.
No, I cannot be shut up.
This one says, Kofi Bento keeps sticking his neck out for leaders. And when we interrogate, he says he's not their spokesperson. He's had to leave at some point. This one says, good morning. Okay, thank you very much. This one you're referencing a statement that I think has been corrected. Musa Dankwa as well. Thank you very much. This Kojo Chumbuafo, the CEO of the Financial Intelligence Center, FIC, says, good morning. Alfred, Kofi Bento calls a 57% victory emphatic. 44% of your delegates the party don't approve of your candidature. And this is emphatic. Perhaps Kofi Bento should go back to on the ground to assess what is happening there. A 56% victory is hardly emphatic, especially given that Bawumia has climbed down from 61% in 2023. Thank you very much for your message.
My greetings to Kujo.
Yes, and Yapia Kubi greets you. Master Planner Junior says Dr. Bawumia has no interest in NPP constituency, regional and national elections. Honorable Duji should stop those allegations. Yes. He has been so...
Which allegation?
He has stopped.
Which allegation?
We assure him that he has stopped.
It says has not any interest in NPP constituency, regional and national elections. I don't know what
no, just reassure him that he has stopped.
By that context. Alfred Appiah, is data scientist, says the 850,000 moving out of poverty number is from consumption poverty. That's different from multidimensional poverty and shouldn't be compared directly like Eduji is doing. The government previously couldn't just liquidate the gold previously because the focus was on building the reserves. The context has changed from 2025.
They were using it for economic tourist attractions.
So that is
measure, ornamental purposes.
Thank you. Replace this one here says, congratulations to Musa Dankwa. To Musa Dankwa and Global Info Analytics for correctly predicting the winner of the NPP presidential primaries. Musa remains the most consistent pollster. While the cause was correct, the margin of victory was understated and fell outside the poll's margin of error. The vote shares of 2 out of the 5 candidates were also outside the margin of error. In short, the winner was right, but the vote distribution was less accurate. This matters because the poll and a 99.9% confidence level that vote shares would fall within the margin of error of 3 plus or minus. Statistically, having 2 out of the 5 candidates outside the margin of error is a big deal in this case. Thank you very much for your message. Now, we would have to hear from the minority who spoke earlier in the week regarding the matters related to the Ghana Cocoa Board, the non-payment of cocoa farmers, but some cocoa farmers as a matter of fact. We'll be finding out exactly what Cocoa Board intends to do to deal with this, and then also this new financing module that the CEO has been giving some pointers of. Dr. Randy Abbey joins us right after this quick break, the CEO of the Ghana Cocoa Board, to answer questions of the cocoa farmers and their children here, and then those who will be joining us as well. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
When you can have a vacation.
Join us at the Chill River Resort in Cape Town,
where the world stops and the focus is entirely on the two of you, just you and your lover.
From the 13th of February to the 15th,
we're leaving the chaos of a crowd behind for a weekend of intimacy and play.
Think boat cruise,
the heat of a bonfire, and the kind of serenity that lets you explore every moment together.
Limited rooms are available for just 2,200 Ghana cedis only to enjoy 2 nights of luxury and pleasure,
inclusive of special decor, candlelight dinner, and wine on arrival for you.
The room is ready. Are you?
Visit mgtix.africa
or call 054-788-6258 to book now.
Your most intimate Valentine yet is waiting. Why settle for a bouquet when you can have a vacation?
Join us at the Chill River Resort in Cape Town,
where the world stops and the focus is entirely on the two of you, just you and your lover.
From the 13th of February to the 15th,
we're leaving the chaos of a crowd behind for a weekend of intimacy and play.
Think boat cruise,
the heat of a bonfire, and the kind of serenity that lets you explore every moment together.
Limited rooms are available for just 2,000 2,200 Ghana cedis only to enjoy 2 nights of luxury and pleasure.
Inclusive of special decor, candlelight dinner, and wine on arrival for you.
The room is ready. Are you?
Visit mgtix.africa
or call 054 788 6258 to book now.
Your most intimate Valentine yet is waiting. Why settle for a bouquet when you can have a vacation?
Join us at the Chill River Resort in Cape Town,
where the world stops and the focus is entirely on the two of you, just you and your lover.
From the 13th of February to the 15th,
we're leaving the chaos of a crowd behind for a weekend of intimacy and play.
Think boat cruise,
the heat of a bonfire, and the kind of serenity that lets you explore every moment together.
Limited rooms are available for just 2,200 Ghana cedis only to enjoy 2 nights of luxury and pleasure.
Inclusive of special decor, candlelight dinner, and wine on arrival for you.
The room is ready. Are you?
Visit mgtix.africa
or call 054 788 6258 to book now.
Your most intimate Valentine yet is waiting.
Farmers have tended their farms through harsh weather. They have spent huge resources to control pests and diseases. They have toiled to harvest their farms and sold it to the government in good faith. Yet, months later, they are still waiting for weeks on end to be paid. Is this the resetting which was promised the good people of Ghana, or the reversing of the cocoa industry? Farmers are asking. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, it is not only the poor farmer who is suffering. The failings of government and cocoa board are also hurting the cocoa buying companies, that is the LBCs, and transporters, especially the indigenous companies and local enterprises. By delaying in repayment of cocoa taken over from the LBCs, these business and investments are at risk. They have their working capitals locked up, their progress hindered, and financing confidence undermined. Contrary to what the NDC preached pre-election time to promote indigenous business and investments, they have rather reset to kill indigenous companies, businesses, and enterprises in the cocoa industry. We call on government and cocoa board to pay our cocoa farmers immediately for all cocoa beans sold and to be sold to save the cocoa industry from slipping back to days of despondency and loss of interest. We demand an apology from government and cocoa board for this gross dereliction of duty. Cocoa board must reimburse the LBCs of all outstanding repayments of cocoa purchased and delivered, and must also ensure the prompt repayment of subsequent deliveries and CTORs to avoid the recurrence of this despicable situation in the future. We demand that our cherished cocoa farmers are treated better and with dignity than what we are seeing now. Cocoa farmers are not beggars. Paying cocoa farmers promptly is not a favor. Have tended their farms through harsh weather. They have spent huge resources to control pests and diseases. They have toiled to harvest their farms and sold it to the government in good faith. Yet, months later, they are still waiting for weeks on end to be paid. Is this the resetting which was promised the good people of Ghana, or the reversing of the cocoa industry? Farmers are asking. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, it is not only the poor farmer who is suffering. The failings of government and cocoa board are also hurting the cocoa buying companies, that is the LBCs, and transporters, especially the indigenous companies and local enterprises. By delaying in repayment of cocoa taken over from the LBCs, these business and investments are at risk. They have their working capitals locked up, their progress hindered, and financing confidence undermined. Contrary to what the NDC preached pre-election time to promote indigenous business and investments, they have rather reset to kill indigenous companies, businesses, and enterprises in the cocoa industry. We call on government and cocoa board to pay our cocoa farmers immediately.
Well, welcome back to Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. Now, that was the minority addressing the cocoa situation, and that's the non-payment of the cocoa farmers sometime during the week. And this is a matter that has been topical. And as I indicated, would have to get all the stakeholders in this matter this morning to speak to the issues. As you do know, here on Key Point, and Dr. Randy Abbey is the CEO of the Ghana Cocoa Board. He's joining us in the studio. Doc, good morning.
Good morning, Alfred.
How does it feel being on the other side? You've always been
Interestingly, even when I was on your side, I also, on many occasions, appeared on the other side because I used to go on other shows. So
That's right.
it's good. But it's also good to be here in the company of Martin and good old Prof, who, when I was at Choice FM, we regularly interacted. He was always on the show.
Wow.
There, yes. So we go way back, some 26, 27 years.
Wow.
And then Honorable Apia Kubi. Also, I haven't seen him in a while, you know.
Because he's not paying me.
And my brother Ediji. So it's good to be here. It's good company.
Indeed. No, the Honorable Apia Kubi is a stakeholder in this conversation because he's a cocoa farmer.
Yes,
How many acres of cocoa farm do you
I
have?
have a 50-acre cocoa farm.
50 acres cocoa farm.
Yes.
You're a rich man.
And then 20 acres.
He's not been paid. He's not a rich man.
I haven't been paid, so I mean.
I see.
He'll pay you soon.
So you know where you would have made money? In 2024, when the prices went up to 10,000. That is when you would have made a lot of money, and you could have pointed to something to say that.
Don't worry, it's not late.
At the period,
I invite you to my farm.
The period where cocoa prices went to 10,000.
Come to my farm. Will even increase.
I was able to make this money, expand this farm, or build this new house, or do this thing. But you're unable to do that as a result of
It's not late. I'm still young.
The decisions made by your people.
Let me welcome Mr. Stevenson Anane Boateng. He's the president of the Ghana Association of Cocoa Farmers. Zana Boateng, good morning.
Randy, and incidentally, one of my sons is also called Randy.
Hello, Zana Boateng, can you hear us? Good morning.
Good morning.
And please turn on your video for me, okay?
Yes, I can do hear you.
Yes, I hear you, but I can't see you, so you turn your video on. While you're at it, the minority press conference was clear. So you must apologize to the cocoa farmers for not paying them all the while. And the fact that for weeks on end, they've been crying. You are not minding them. So what's happening?
Well, first of all, I believe that the cocoa farmer deserves an apology. There's no doubt about that. I mean, for what some farmers are going through, that is those who have delivered their crop and have not been paid, they definitely deserve an apology. And for all the other farmers who also have crops that they are ready to deliver but are not being bought, and those who even are getting ready to harvest theirs and go through the process of getting them ready for sale and do not see the way clear with respect to purchases, they obviously deserve an apology. And on behalf of Cocoa Board, I'd like to sincerely apologize to all these farmers, but to also assure them that government is not slept over this. Cocoa Board and government has been holding serious discussions, and we'll have the opportunity of explaining why we are where we are. But we're also finding solutions to the issue, and we think that very soon, as early as possible, we would find a solution to this particular problem. It is not an easy situation, but of course we have the responsibility to find solutions, and we're doing just that. So once again, I'd like to sincerely apologize to all our farmers and other stakeholders who have been going through these difficulties in the last few weeks.
I see. Zana Boateng, that's the apology, not just that, but with an assurance of payment very soon. What's the situation that you cocoa farmers are faced with now? Let's understand it before we get into the issues of why we are where we are.
Hello.
I can hear you. Hello, Zana.
Yes. This is very. I can. Yes, the line is not through anyway. It is cutting.
But I can hear you.
I can hear you. Well.
Yes, I can hear you as well. Okay. So please go ahead.
This is a very Latin thing. The person who is speaking, I'm wondering why Cocoa Board always apologize for sectors, knowing very well that they have a commitment to commit. I mean, something to do. you know, they have mandated to do something. You are working with some people. Why is it that you allow yourself to be in trouble before you come and apologize? For a years now, COCOBOD never raising a seat cap.
So what? I can't hear you.
Okay. Dr. Anaboateng, so here's what we're going to do. We'll call you on the telephone. No, Dr. Anaboateng, hold on, we'll call you on the telephone. The connection is not too good. But he asked a question, Dr. Randy Abbey. Says, why, you know what to do, so why do you always wait? And I'm sure he's talking about a history that precedes you.
Yes.
So why do you, COCOBOD, has to always wait and come and apologize for what you know you should do?
Well, I respectfully, I might not be able to speak for the past, but he's right about the historical antecedents, and that is why we are where we are. And it is our duty to find a solution, and that is exactly what we're doing. Now, why are we where we are? It's just simple. Now, COCOBOD next year will be 80 years. So it was established in 1947. Now, up until 1991, the crop was funded from government commitments. But obviously, that wasn't sustainable. So in 1992, the issue of the syndicated loan came about. COCOBOD then had a very, very healthy balance sheet to the extent that COCOBOD could even borrow on better terms than the government of Ghana.
Right.
You know, so the syndication, the annual syndicated loan was mooted and it was implemented. And simply what it meant was that once COCOBOD made a projection of the output and therefore the amount that would be required to purchase the bean, COCOBOD then signed contracts with buyers of the raw bean and so committed a certain quantity which would then give a value that is required to purchase the crop for the season.
Sure.
So these contracts were signed, and the signed contracts were then presented to this consortium of banks as collateral. And then these syndicated loans were then given to COCOBOD. So these were the monies that you see the celebration. There's a road show, there's a big announcement, 1 billion, 1.2 billion, 1.3 billion, and all that.
Yeah.
Now this money then goes to the central bank. The central bank will give COCOBOD cedis at the Bank of Ghana rate. Now, from these cedis, COCOBOD will then give the license buying companies what is called seed fund. So the license buying companies then use these seed funds to go and purchase the cocoa from the farmers on behalf of COCOBOD at the price that has been announced by COCOBOD. So if the price announced for the farmer, as in the current case, is $5,040, an exchange rate is provided by the central bank, an average over the period. So if it is 11.5, you then work out $5,040 by 11.5. The CD equivalent is what is paid the farmer, either by ton or by bag. So these LBCs will then take the seed fund, which COCOBOD has released to them, which is also money from the syndicated loan.
Right.
And they will go to the farmers and purchase the crop on behalf of COCOBOD. Then COCOBOD has a responsibility of servicing the contracts that is signed and used as collateral to take the money.
I see.
So this has been the issue.
So you don't buy cocoa directly from the cocoa farmer. The license buying companies.
They buy on behalf of COCOBOD.
On behalf of COCOBOD.
Yes. So they are licensed to buy. That's why they are licensed buying companies. So they are licensed to buy. So for 32 years, we take the syndicated loan, we give them the seed fund, and they go out there and buy from the farmer on behalf of COCOBOD. That is what has been. But something significantly happened, and we'll go to that model because there are also problems with that model.
I see.
And that is why we are looking at a new funding model.
Which we'll get to.
Now, what happened was that COCOBOD had also issued what they call cocoa bills. And individuals and companies had bought them,
Yes.
cocoa bills.
True.
But in 2022, just when government of Ghana was doing the DDEP, COCOBOD also declared that it virtually was broke. It could no longer service the cocoa bills.
and so asked for a restructuring of the cocoa bills.
Which resulted in a haircut.
Yes, so the cocoa bills were restructured with the first payment due 1st of September 2025. But that the money should be lodged into the account. CBG led that process by August ending of 2025. So for 2.5 years, Cocoa Board knew that this had been deferred and they would have to make this payment. Okay. Now, in 2023, Cocoa Board then went back to do the syndication. And this was the last time that the annual syndicated loan was done, the 32nd year. So Cocoa Board went out there to do the syndication for the first time in the history of Cocoa Board. And I've explained to you how you do the, you sign the contract, you lodge the contracts as collateral, and then on the basis of the collateral, the money is released to you. And then the central bank gives you CDs. You give these CDs to the licensed buying companies to buy the cocoa on your behalf. Now, the season opened in September. For the first time in the history of Cocoa Board, the first tranche of the syndicated loan hit Cocoa Board's account 2 days to Christmas. And if you listen to the licensed buying companies at their press conference, the first money they received from Cocoa Board was on the 26th of January, 2024. So the season opened in September, October, November, December, January. For the first time in the history of the syndicated loan, the 32-year history, the money came about 4 or 5 months after the season had opened. Now, at the end of it even got to a point in that season that Cocoa Board could no longer draw down on the syndicated loan. So Cocoa Board went to the Ministry of Finance and took a loan, a bridge financing of $70 million, which is on our books, that we expected to pay to the Ministry of Finance to be able to buy crop for that season. Now, at the end of the 23-24 season, something significant happened. Cocoa Board was unable to supply 333,767 tons of the cocoa contracts that it has signed and used as collateral to take the syndicated loan.
How so?
333,767 tons Cocoa Board could not supply. And these contracts were signed at $2,600 a ton. $2,600 US per ton.
So if you multiply the 337,000.
Don't even get there yet. Don't get there yet. Don't get there yet. So this is what happened. So almost close to 400,000 tons of cocoa sold at 2.6 could not be supplied. The first time in the history of Cocoa Board. But that is why I went back to 2022, the issue of the cocoa bills. You know?
Right.
So that clearly was telling everybody, including the financial community, that we were broke. Our finances was not good. So no wonder 23-24, we had those problems with the syndicated loan. Then worst of all, we could not supply close to 400,000, 333,767 tons. Sold at $2,600. Now, right after this was when cocoa prices then shot up. At a point, 12,000, then 11,000, then 10,000, settled around the 9,000s.
$9,000
US dollars a ton.
Yes.
It went as high as 12
on the world market.
Yes, 11, 10, settled around 9,000. Now, so 24-25, Cocoa Board issued, the process starts with what you call a request for proposal. So Cocoa Board will issue the request for proposal, and these banks will respond to it. For the first time, no bank responded to the request for proposal.
Right?
Wow.
Yes, because of what had happened.
Bills.
Yes,
GDP and all
you
that.
had declared that you were broke, you couldn't settle your cocoa bills, and you had asked for a deferment in payment and haircuts and all that. Then in 23-24, you were unable to supply over 330,000 tons of the crop. It's never ever happened in the 89-year history of Cocoa Board. Never happened. Then now you have these cocoa prices shoot up to 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, settling around 9,000.
Yeah.
So now if you want to do the syndicated loan, you need to go back to the same buyers who you have defaulted in supplying the cocoa, for them to sign new contracts for you, and for you to send these contracts to the banks, for you to be able to get a syndicated loan. Don't forget that in 23-24, it got to a point that Cocoa Board itself couldn't even draw down. So it went to the Ministry of Finance for bridge financing of $70 million. So this was the mess that...
So you didn't draw down, just for the benefit of those who understand financial law. They didn't have money to essentially...
Yeah, they couldn't do it. Now...
There's something we're going to put on the screen while you
now,
speak. Yes, let's...
Now, this was a situation where the buyers who will sign the contracts for the new crop, for you to take as collateral to go and take the loans, are buyers who you have defaulted in supplying over 330,000 tons of cocoa to. So they were unwilling. So now Cocoa Board then had to negotiate with them to say that, okay, look, we will service your existing 333 whilst you also buy part of the new crop. Now, mind you, these buyers had over 333,000 tons of low price contracts, 2.6, at a time when cocoa was being sold at 10,000 and 9,000 and 11,000. So it was a no-brainer for them to finance the purchase of the crop. So that even if it cost them 2 times, it still made business sense. Because if cocoa is being sold at 10,000 and they can be able to retrieve what they have at 2,600, it makes sense. So the buyers then agreed that we will give you new contracts, we'll finance the crop. So we'll buy new ones whilst you also service the 2.6. So whilst we are buying at 9,000, you're also servicing the 2.6 for us. So that then became the model that was used for 24-25. So now, watch this. There was no more syndicated loan, and therefore no more seed money to LBCs. Now it was the buyers who were financing the crop. So the buyers would then make an order. Let's say, I want 50,000 tons at this price. Then you find an LBC to buy that 50,000 tons. So what they were doing was that they will give 60%. And then once the bean is supplied, they pay the other 40%. So they pay Cocoa Board the 60%. You then remit the 60% to the LBC for the LBC to go and buy. So now, instead of the syndicated loan where you took the money, it came in bulk to the central bank. The central bank gave you the CDs. You gave seed money to the LBCs to go and buy. Now, you were purchasing the bean on the basis of the financing of the buyer. So the buyer makes an order. The buyer gives you 60%. You give that 60% to the LBC. The LBC goes to buy the bean. And then you supply the bean. So that is what we inherited in 24-25. But when we came in, we realized that, look, this is not something that was well thought out, as in the strategy or anything. But it's something that happened on the basis of where we found ourselves. And so we didn't think that as we extinguish these rollover contracts, the buyers will be willing to continue funding the crop, because now you had even transferred your financing cost to the buyers. But the buyers didn't have a problem taking on your financing cost because it was still cheaper for them. To the extent that they had over 300,000 of your crop at 2,600 and the prices were that high. You know? So we knew that, look, maximum 25, 26. We didn't think that this financing model will go beyond 25, 26, especially when we have extinguished this rollover contract and also the prices had come down. Because everybody knew that those prices were abnormal. They won't last. They will definitely drop.
I see.
So we knew that, look, beyond 25, 26, we needed a new funding model. So Cocoa Board and the Ministry of Finance started working on a new funding model for 26, from 26, 27. Now, a new funding model becoming necessary not just because this funding model was not also sustainable, but there was a paradox. How do you speak about value addition and say that value addition is the way to go, when at the same time you are pledging 70% or 80% of your raw beans to go out?
And PBC.
So at the point, you are boasting about a processing capacity of, let's say, 500 or 560,000 tons. Yet, You also have a funding model that collateralizes 70 to 80% of your crop to go out as raw beans. So obviously, the way out was one, to get a funding model to deal with this which we believe was not sustainable, and also a funding model that will support value addition.
So that stopgap measure of which was implemented in 2023-2024 was not one that you saw as
24-25.
2024 and 2025 was not a sustainable one because it was meant to deal with the problem.
We couldn't go back to the market to go and do the syndicated loan. We had done a request for proposal. Nobody responded.
So this is the rollover. You're going to put it on the screen. So this is, you've referenced this rollover contracts for quite a while. So this is where.
So I'll tell you. You know that at the beginning, I was teasing Honorable Andy Appiah Kubi that when cocoa prices went up, he as the farmer, he could not point to anything to say that once upon a time, in my life as a cocoa farmer, when cocoa prices reached that high, I was able to move from 50 acres to 100 acres, or I bought this land, or this car, or I did this with that windfall. Now, that happened because of this rollover. Now, how do you determine your FOB, which then determines the farmer's share? In Ghana, currently, we have a pricing model where we pay same for main crop and light crop. In Côte d'Ivoire, they pay separately. But there is always a discount on the light crop.
Okay.
In Ghana, we give a discount of 20%, although the global discount is 12.5%. It's also part of the things that we are reviewing.
I see.
Now, so when you're coming to do the price, what you do is that, let's say, I'm expecting 600,000 tons of cocoa. 500,000 tons of that is main crop. 100,000 tons of that is light crop. So if, let's say, the crop is $5,000, it means that I'm going to get $5,000 for 500,000, and I'm going to get 100,000 for $4,000. You then put the two prices together, and you get a weighted average, which then will determine your average FOB for the period.
Okay.
Now, with this rollover, you now have a third variable. So now, as you fix the prices, you take your main crop, you take your light crop, and now you take the rollover. So now you have a $2,600, assuming that your main crop is $9,000, and you're expecting to do 600,000 tons. You have 333,767. That is priced at 2.6. Then you probably will have a 170,000 that is priced at 9,000. Then you have 100,000 that is priced at 7.2. That is the 20% of the 9,000. So obviously, this 333,000 will pull your weighted average down. And that is how come, although cocoa prices were that high, the FOB that was declared in September of 2024 was $4,800. Although the prices were 9,000 and 10,000. And then the farmer was given 63.9%, which translated to $3,100. And that is where you heard a lot of noise. The farmer is being cheated. He should be given 6,000. He should be given 7,000. Because if the standard is that you give the farmers between 60 to 70% of the share, then this position is that they will pay the farmer 70%. And that is what is being done of the declared FOB. So if it's between 60 and 70%, and prices are at 9,000 at the minimum, I don't want to use the 12 and 11 and 10. Let's even say 9,000. How on earth would the average be 9,000 and the farmer's share be 3,100?
No.
So that is where you found those agitations that the farmer was being cheated. He should be giving 6,000, he should be giving 7,000. But little did those who were speaking know that there was an animal called rollover.
I see.
And a quantity of 333,000 tons, which had been sold for 2,600. And so we're virtually using the high price cocoa, $9,000 and $10,000 cocoa, to service 2,600 contracts. So if you see here, in just one season, 24-25, if you look at loss of revenue, yes, is 941.58 million. So, but for those rollovers and their impact, this would have been extra revenue to the cocoa farmer and to Cocoa Board.
$941.58 million.
Yes.
Cocoa Board lost that money.
No, that was loss in revenue for the farmer and all stakeholders. Because if the farmer was even getting 63.9% of that, you can calculate what the farmer had lost. And that is why I made that reference to Honorable Apiakubi. And then COCOBOD 2. This could have also reduced COCOBOD's indebtedness significantly.
That is, if the 235,000 tons were sold at the market price of $6,600.
Yes. Now, apart from this, watch this carefully. You know, the minority press conference, they spoke about, the LBCs are old monies. That's true. But you see, we now were paying the farmer $3,100 a ton. So what it means is that when the LBC goes to the farmer, the LBC pays the farmer $3,100, see the equivalent, for a ton, the crop. Anytime we use that crop to service the 2,600 rollover, there was a debt of $500 to the LBC. Because the LBC is paying the farmer $3,100 on your behalf. You are using that cocoa to service a contract signed for $2,600. So apart from the loss of revenue of the 941, you are also losing $500 on each ton. You owe the LBC $500. So it means that you even have to top up $500. And as at the time that we finished 24-25, 4 billion cedis was what we owed the. So when you see the CTO as his cocoa taking over receipts.
I see.
So that is what we owed the LBCs as a result of those differences.
So
now it gets worse. It gets worse in 25-26. Because now, having extinguished about 235,000 tons, the rollover effect now becomes minimal. It's about 98,000. So the effect it had on 24-25 is lesser than 25-26. And that is why for 25-26, we were able to declare an FOB of $7,200. Because now, the impact of the rollovers had reduced from 333 to 98. So you declare 7.2. But guess what? The catch there is that the 7.2, by the NDC's manifesto of paying 70% of the declared FOB, the farmer share now became $5,040 $5,040. Now, so in the 25-26 season, anytime you use the 5,040 crop to service a rollover, the difference now moves from $500 to about $2,400. Because now the LBC is giving the farmer 5,040, and you are using that 5,040 to settle a 2,600 contract signed in 23-24 but not delivered. So you have to then give the FOB, the LBC, that difference. So that is how worse the situation had become. Now, then you had the issue of the prices tanking, going down. But by the time the prices moved down to about 5,000, we had done contracts, 530,000 tons. So we have bought 530,000 tons from farmers and paid fully. 530,000 tons and paid fully. Now, the prices were going down. You were paying the farmer 5,040. As we speak, it is at $4,100. Dropped. Now, mind you, under this model, it is the buyers who are financing the crop. The crop is being sold elsewhere at 4.1. You have a cost to shipment of 6.3. You give the farmer 5,040, then you have your haulage, you have your grading and sealing, you have your warehousing, shipping, and all that. So you put all that cost together, you're doing about 6.3. But let's even narrow to the 5,040, which is pay the farmer. Which buyer will take your crop at 5,040 when the same crop is available for 4.1?
4,100.
So the buyers have moved from Ghana to other places where they can get a crop because it's a business. Because the buyers also buy on behalf of manufacturers. And the manufacturers will be willing to pay a certain price. So if the crop, as we speak, is 4.1, and your crop is 5,000, you are paying the farmer 5,040, which is supposed to be 70% of FOB. So your FOB is actually 7,200. And the crop has dropped to 4.1. Mind you, in this period, until we get to the 26-27, where we're bringing the new funding model, it is the buyer who's funding the crop.
I see. So what you're saying is that our cocoa beans is expensive?
Currently. Because if you check on the net now, you find that the price is around 4,401. But what the price that we give the farmer is 5,040.
More than.
Because we did 7.2. At the time we did that, the prices were good. Do you understand me? The prices were good. Now, when you were doing the syndicated loan, you needed to sign all these contracts even before the season started. So the contracts were locked. Under this buyer-funded model, the buyer determines what he wants at what point in time and pays for it.
Yeah.
So now the buyer has already bought 530,000 tons of your projected 650,000 output. 530,000 has already been bought. But then after the 530, the prices have tanked so much to about 4,100. So the buyer finds your cocoa too expensive. Now, mind you, you are not the only country that supplies cocoa. Yes, you have a $400 living income differential to make for your premium nature and all that. Okay. But there's cocoa everywhere else. There's cocoa in Togo, in Nigeria, in Liberia, in Guinea, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Malaysia, in Ecuador, in Brazil, everywhere. So the buyers and the manufacturers have a lot of markets. So it is a competition. So when the price has tanked to 4,000, 4,100, and you are selling at 6.3, so the buyers have moved. You understand me? They've moved. Now this is what has happened. You know, I keep saying that we had already bought and paid for 530,000. But there is a technology that is used in cocoa, cocoa taking over. Okay. So that is cocoa that we have taken from the LBCs.
Right.
When it comes to cocoa taking over, we are at 580,000 tons cocoa taking over. But 530,000 is what we actually have contracts with. So they have been bought.
So what happens to the difference of the...
But the 50,000 is cocoa that the LBCs have bought, handed over to Cocoa Board, but the buyers have not taken. So when you hear a farmer say that they've taken my cocoa, they've not paid, it could be part of this 50,000.
Okay. I see.
Because at that point, the buyers are finding your price too expensive. And so they are not willing to give you new contracts at those prices. Then if you hear the farmers say that we have the cocoa, there's no money to buy, they are not coming to buy. It also is because the buyers have moved out to other places because your price is too expensive for them. So this is the situation. This is what we find ourselves in.
Something today. And I want you to hold on to that point about the pricing and what you have done over the period, because there's some clarity to the picture. And that's what I wanted us to start. You've been hearing this, and you are asking why things had to be this way before an apology. Does it bring clarity to why we are at this point? Is that anybody? Can you hear me? Unfortunately, we lost him. We'll try to bring him back on the telephone again. But, Prof, because we were asking about why we are at this point, why cocoa farmers haven't been paid, and now we understand why some of them are crying that beans have been bought, they are not being paid. But if you look at what has been the case and what has influenced where we are now, quite troubling, is it not?
Very troubling. And first, let me express appreciation for Randy's first apologies to the farmers. They may not accept it, but I think it's a wonderful gesture for you to admit the lack of payment and to apologize. Very good. And your presentation for those of us who can understand the intricacies of procurements and exports and all these arrangements, I think they can appreciate it. But unfortunately, I think most of our farmers may not have a deep sense to appreciate the depth of the exposure that you have given. And that's where perhaps the problem is. And this really takes me back to your earlier argument, Martin, about high schools, education, and understanding or not understanding. But I'm moving it up to where the highly educated people, unfortunately, have been part of the problem in the management of this country. We are a bigger part, the so-called highly educated people. You see...
Prof, please hold on to that point. Please, don't lose it.
Sure.
Mr. Anane Boateng is joining us back on the telephone. Mr. Anane Boateng, I lost you. I was asking, now getting the explanation from the CEO of Cocoa Board why we are where we are at this point. Does it bring clarity to you as to why you cocoa farmers, some of you, in fact, haven't been paid? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Then, okay, I'm listening to you.
I was asking that, and I know you were listening to Dr. Andiabe until some point that we lost you. Does it bring some clarity as to why you cocoa farmers, some of you, haven't been paid at this point?
Your line is something. I cannot hear you well. Your question again, please.
Okay. So you were asking why Cocoa Board has to wait for things to get bad before they come and apologize, correct?
Okay. Yes, this is a very interesting thing because we don't know why Cocoa Board always, do mistakes before they come and apologize. They have all their aspects there. I know Cocoa Board, they have doctors, professors, and even emeritus professors are with them. And they know that, and they are claiming they are the high-profile group. But we don't know. For a long time, Cocoa Board never prepared himself or make himself available for the business they are doing. They always go for syndicated loan before they pay. Meanwhile, it's a business. It's a tax that they are fixed on. And it's a financial business. It comes with money. That is why the sector has been moved to the Ministry of Finance because the income that comes to the sector is quite high. So for over 70 years now, Cocoa Board never think of raising seed as a capital for his business. This is a very serious thing. We have sat down, and even when the thing started from October or even November, to date, they never come out to tell the public on the farmers to convince us that there is a problem there. As I was listening to your conversation, and it is all about the syndication. One time, and the syndication stopped bringing. The syndicated loan they go for are stopped. That is why it has brought all these problems about. And farmers are still having this kind of challenges for 3-4 months now. We have not been paid. And Cocoa Board is coming up and tell the public that he is apologizing. He apologizing for what? He has started this business quite long time ago. They never think of, raising funds as their seed capital to run the business.
Yes. Right.
Meanwhile, they have all the aspects. I have a problem. My brother, give me time and let me do this analysis. I learned from the sector, the world cocoa production, that cocoa every year when the price add value to it, they get $136 billion. Ghana and Ivory Coast produce 70% out of this total. But what we get, Ivory Coast gets 3 billion, Ghana gets 2 billion. To make it 5 billion. And this amount, deducting from what is left, 136, it's $131 billion left out. Meanwhile, we have the experts there. Technology Center is right in Kumasi. And this Technology Center, KNUST, is one of the best, among the best universities and technology centers in West Africa.
Okay.
Meanwhile, and this year, as I'm speaking, go and ask the university. They will tell you they admitted not less than 40,000 students. They will all train and come and stay in the house. Meanwhile, we have this product there which can generate a huge sum of money to support the country's economy. Brother, we are fed up with Cocoa Board. And you brought for the running a business. enye brofo koko adwuma na enye brofo eye sekan ne adwene so
Hello. And okay. So Zanane is actually, I understand he's on the move, he's driving, so there's a little problem with the connection, but we'll keep trying. But I think the point he made is what you said as a cocoa farmer.
Yes.
What you want is to
the cocoa farmers.
Yes.
I'm not part of policy design or implementation. What I understand my good friend to be saying is that for all the 18 years of your life as a corporate entity, what have you built by way of investment support for the industry that you are in? And you find it more comfortable that every year, for what you need to do in a year, you have to go borrowing. And this is what my good friend is saying, that then it does not justify the competencies we proclaim we have. Because when you start a business, our small businesses, the moment you go in, you want to grow the business. Growing the business means reinvesting into the business. So you were thinking of how to generate profit, how to keep part of the profit as a platform to grow into the future. And if you tell me this cocoa board, and again, the payment formula of 70-30, even if we adhere to that, what has happened to the 30 that you get every year of all your 80 years of life? And that 80 years of life cannot, it has not generated a cushion for just 1 year of operation out of your profits. Then I will not sit here and say that farmers have done anything wrong. They haven't. And I'm one of them. And we are saying that the farmers only expect that when you have produced over the year, you need to get paid for your produce. There is nothing wrong with that. But whatever is wrong is about the bureaucracy associated with the corporate entity. And they have disappointed us that they have not been able. By now, Cocoa Board should be independent in the industry and managing its own affairs, and even creating wealth for those of us at the bottom end.
Okay.
But Cocoa Board, I want to believe that the personnel who have gone into Cocoa Board, they have not done us any good. And indeed, this matter of appointment, I'm appointed for 4 years, 3 years. I finish and go away to sleep, notwithstanding my performance, and I'm not subjected to any performance review, and my time is up, so I go to sleep. In fact, we may have to create new laws to criminalize professional negligence.
So that
people are accountable.
is talking about now will not be inherited.
Because you come to Cocoa Board, for example, as a CEO or as a manager and things, at the end of the year or 4 years, you walk away with whatever you have done, and you leave us with all the baggage. And please don't go to, indict any cocoa farmer. I appreciate the apology, but the cocoa farmers are saying that is not enough, and I agree with them.
Talk about the baggage that has been left.
You need to protect our investment. And as a country, we expected that Cocoa Board will even generate something to support the country's development.
So that bit about accountability, so that beyond what has been said now, somebody must be held to account to answer for this.
So Alfred, just before that, let me say that I appreciate the concerns of Mr. Stevenson and all cocoa farmers, including the Honorable Piakubi. I perfectly understand them. And they have every right to say what they're saying, because an institution that is almost 80 years old, next year Cocoa Board will be 80. That institution should not be in the kind of mess that it finds itself in. But that is exactly why we have looked at, currently, by next week, hopefully, you would find a new Cocoa Board bill before Parliament.
Right.
In this bill, under the auspices of the Honorable Finance Minister, Dr. Atufosin, we're working on a new pricing model, a new funding model, and that will be linked to value addition. and you would see that. That is the new approach.
Right.
Because with these 8 years, we need to change things. But in the interim, we are taking steps to ensure that in a matter of a couple of weeks, this issue of the 50,000 that the farmers have delivered through the LBCs to us, we make sure that payments will go out so that the farmers who have given the cocoa, that is the taking over, the one that we have received, the 50,000 or so, we will be able to pay them. However, the bigger question is that for the rest of the season, we need to bring the buyers back.
Okay.
What do we need to do to bring the buyers back? Our price must be competitive because it is a competition. There are different markets.
Right.
So we need to review our price to make it competitive so that the buyers can come back and then we can be able to buy the rest of the crop. However, you see, it is important that people get to. I'm taking responsibility as the chief of executive of Cocoa Board. And even to say that people can accuse us for what happened for 79 years.
That's right.
Although we have been in
because there's no accountability system.
Although we've been in office for 12 months.
But because there's no accountability system.
If you indulge me, it is important that Ghanaians, the farmers, everybody gets to know. And you see, Mr. Stevenson spoke about engagement. I don't know where he is, but when I took over office, one of the first things I did was to go to each of the 74 cocoa districts.
That's documented.
That's when you heard that silly thing about that I'm carrying my own chair around and all that. I went everywhere. And to every place that we went to, we did the farm visitations. We did the town hall meetings with the farmers. We met the traditional authorities. We did the staff Deba with the Cocoa Board staff, and then radio interviews, all the 74 places. Now look, Cocoa Board at the end of 2016 had a positive equity of 1.8 billion at the end of 2016. Cocoa Board had a positive equity, which meant that Cocoa Board's assets were more than its liabilities by 1.8 billion. Audited accounts 2016.
Cedis or dollars?
Cedis.
Okay.
Cedis. Well, our accounts is in cedis.
Okay.
Now, at the end of 2024, Cocoa Board had a negative equity of 3.8 billion.
From a positive of
1.8 billion to a negative of almost 3.9 billion. Now, guess what? When we took over, we inherited a debt of 32.91 billion cedis. 32.91 billion cedis. If you can just put that on your screen.
That's the $481 million.
32.91 with $481 million and 10.06 billion due 25-26 alone. So like I said, the cocoa bills that were deferred, the first payment was supposed to be lodged in the account, 2 billion cedis in August, for payment to be done 1st of September. No steps were taken to set aside even 1 CD for the repayment of this 2 billion.
Because they go and sleep.
It hit us straight.
Yes.
I see.
It hit us straight. Now, you look at this rollover that we inherited, and I've already spoken about the implications. Now, cocoa rehab.
Yes.
Now, cocoa rehab.
Somebody sent a message of cocoa rose.
There is cocoa rehab. There is this cocoa swollen shoot virus disease, which has devastated about 40% of our farmlands. Cocoa Board took a loan of $350 million from the AFDB to rehabilitate 156,400 hectares. $350 million. We pay $61 million every year. We are paying now. Cocoa Board had only finished and handed over 40,000 hectares. All the $350 million gone.
Up to 156.
6,400. All the $350 million gone. Another 700 million cedis from Cocoa Board's coffers gone. And only 40,000 had been completed and handed over to the farmers. If you take Cocoa Roads, Cocoa Roads commitment from there's a slide of Cocoa Roads, from 2014, from 2014 to 2024 was 26.5 billion. 26.5 billion. However, for 3 years alone, 2019, 2020, 2021, Cocoa Board awarded road contracts of 21.5 billion cedis. 3 years, 19, 20, 21. Now, in the year 20 alone, they awarded contracts of $1.2 billion. $1.2 billion. Same value as the entire syndicated loan.
Yeah, so this is it.
Look at this. So if you look to the left, this is the Producer Price Review Committee's allocations. So till date, the total allocations for us to do roads, 4.7 billion. Now go and look at the total value of contracts awarded, 26.5 billion.
Ghana cedis.
Now, but watch the three reds. 1, 2, 3. Those 3 years alone, 21.5 billion. And if you watch the 2019-2020, 1.175 billion and 231 million cedis road contracts awarded just that year.
Wow.
But look at this. Look at the first column, the allocation. If you look at the allocation, the 4.7 billion,
Nothing.
it gives you an average of about 430 million cedis a year. An average of 430 million.
Then,
so if you get an allocation of an average of 430 million and you award contracts of 21.5 billion, what you're essentially saying is that it will take you 47 years to pay.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you sign these road contracts to be executed between 24 months and 36 months and said that once these contractors finish and they issue their certificate, you, Cocoa Board, you have 90 days to pay, failure which will attract interest. Who does this?
So what are you going to do?
Who does this?
So who's going to be held accountable for all of this? Because
Well, it's not for me. Yeah, you can go to the jute bags as well. You can go and check the jute bags, the jute sacks.
The next thing.
And the money paid to University of Ghana lands, the 12...
$9 million.
For how many acres?
12 acres.
Can you imagine?
Now, these are jute sacks. If you look before the 22 season started, Cocoa Board had 94,000 bales in stock. Each bale is 300 sacks. We had this 94,615 in stock. Yet, Cocoa Board went to procure 75,000. Let's assume that we needed a backup. No problem. 75,000. This 75,000, Cocoa Board cleared 74,023. That's fine. Now, you will see quantity issued tells you the number of sacks used in a year. So what it meant was that for that year, we needed 57,000. But we had 94,000. We went to buy another 75. That's fine.
Okay.
But then when you had 111,000 in stock, the following year, they went to procure another 75,000. And they cleared only 17,000. So there was 57,000 still at the port. So you had 90, and that year we used only 31,000. You had 96,000 in stock and went to procure another 56,000. When you had 57,000, 55,000, you are not cleared. Then worst of all, in 2024, they went to do 80,000. December 2024 issued an irrevocable letter of credit, $48 million on our Ghana International Bank account in London for 80,000. When you are not cleared all of this, and you have this in stock, this season, the sacks that we have used are those that are in stock. We still have enough to use for next year. All these ones that are supposed to be at the port, we have not received them yet.
Wow. So is
but all this
somebody going to answer for this finally? Before
of course.
Somebody Dr. Randy Abbey, is Cocoa Board going to haul somebody?
No.
What have you done?
Please, it shouldn't be Dr. Abbey.
Yes.
No, but he's...
No, I think, seriously, listen.
But for down on the table, he represents.
We need a national probe into the affairs of Cocoa Board since 1992.
Okay.
You see, cocoa was the mainstay of our economy before oil, before gold, and all that. All this while.
Thank you.
Now,
but the probe must be independent.
Round it up for me.
Okay, so all I'm saying is that a national probe is needed, and not just the bill you are sending to Parliament, because we need a larger picture of the mess and create new laws that will prevent future managers of our state institutions from being reckless.
Yes.
This is simply mismanagement of a national asset. So if you say Randy should go and probe, no. We need a national probe, open probe for everybody, farmers and everyone, and hold accountable all so-called educated people who go to manage that sector of our economy. It's as simple as that.
Thank you very much. And to you,
this is
Professor.
awful.
That anger you feel is not just to you alone.
Now
In fact, it's one that I've got quite a number of people sending messages to that effect. The revelation by Dr. Randy Abbey this morning.
Generally, everybody go to public sector.
Thank you. I truly appreciate your time
All
for
these
being
things
here.
that Dr. Randy Abbey has said this morning, one thing is clear. When the farmer is quiet, the thief may come out telling him he is rather the thief. And that is what we are seeing in this whole conversation. I'm surprised about these numbers. They are shocking.
Seriously. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We would have to table this matter because the farmers say they want to be part of this. So they will come into the studio. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.